tennis, I guess. But right now, men's tennis in the USA is getting a lot better. You got a lot of players coming through. So I'm sure over the next decade, America will get at least one champion, if not multiple champions, with guys like Corder and Fritz and Brooksby and the like, all going for titles. I don't think they'll all win, but one of them will. On the women's side, it's just, I mean, Serena, right? Serena was just crazy. And you got Pegula and Goff up the top and a few more around. Yeah, Shelton. Yeah, Shelton's another one. Tiafo, for sure. The list goes on. Serve to the backhand of Rude. Runa comes in. It's love 15. Rude is Runa. Lets it bounce, goes long, and it's 15 all. I don't chat much, but I'm here a lot. No worries. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you. It's cool to see. We don't have many people with a red ball next to their name, so you've been around for over 2 years a member, so that's really cool. Really appreciate that. It's not see, most of them are green or some are blue, or the red.
Sorry I was late today. The neighbors, I think they finished now, but they were moving everything today. There were up and down, just a lot of noise and activity. So I decided to wait a little while before I started, and it looks like all the noise and activity is finished. Let's just see. I didn't look, but let's just see how I got to sign back in. How the stocks all closed. Our stable of winners. They may not feel like winners yet, but they will be. Okay. Let's see what we have here. We have Kodak, whoever, I always forget the full name, but Kodak's up to 528. That's been a nice move. GoLogic is flat, well, basically flat at 149, 150 to 160. Logic was down earlier, and I think it still is down at 28 cents. DBMM, under a penny. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Looks like it's at a penny. I noticed Kristen put up something that was very nice of her, but put up about when I did the calculation of what Goldman Sachs had to pay. I noticed I made an arithmetic mistake, as ever. I said half a penny. It was really 5 cents, I think. Yeah, 5 cents per order. But still, correcting my mistake makes my point all the more loudly. They don't pay very much for their crimes. I mean, their inadvertent mistakes. And then I just want to check GTII quickly. 91 cents. Brilliant, 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 brilliant. What was your viewing problem? What is your viewing problem? Is your viewing problem that you have to see me? What's wrong with my microphone now? It's not the microphone, it's the, I think it's the cord. Why, what's happening, Fritz? Sound, okay. Microphone, there we go. You should hear it now. You should hear it now. I have to buy a new cord. Is it horrible now? There, anyway, it's this long cord, and the male end fits into the weird female end, and you can't find it, and then the other has to have an attachment. It's all a nightmare. But I'll try to get a better cord. I'll do that after we get off. I'll order one, and then we'll see if it comes in time to make a difference. But it's the cord. The mic's actually a very good mic. Maybe I should buy a new one, though. I can do that. I can do that too. Oh, sorry. Maybe I'll just buy a new mic, you know? So I wanted to show you guys something. Let me see what this is. There it is. J Mr. Photographic. Cost to borrow UCAR 438%. UCAR. Well, anyway, your Kodak's working. I never had much luck with weird female ends. No. Neither. I'm not going to finish that because that gets into all sorts of double entendres. Even though there's no evidence of this, here's a book that if you asked me, I'd say I read, but I'm not sure I've read it all the way through, because it's one of those things you read and then, you know, you get on about life. DeFi. But they start in their introduction by saying, we have come full circle. The earliest form of market exchange was peer-to-peer, also known as barter. There's no real evidence of that. That's just presumed. Barter was highly inefficient because supply and demand had to be exactly matched between peers. Blah, 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 blah. Eventually, specie money emerged. In other words, what we call money. And now we have non-collateralized fiat currency. Specie was money backed by specie, and gold, silver, other things. But now we have fiat currency. However, the scaffolding is emerging for a historic disruption of our current financial infrastructure. DeFi, or decentralized finance, seeks to build and combine open source financial building blocks into sophisticated products with minimized friction and maximized value to users utilizing blockchain technology. Given that it costs no more to provide services to a customer with $100 or $100 million in assets, we believe that DeFi will replace all meaningful centralized financial infrastructure in the future. This is a technology of inclusion, whereby anyone can pay the flat fee to use and benefit from the innovations of DeFi. This book details the problems which DeFi solves. The problems: centralized control, limited access, inefficiency, oh lordy, lack of well, we'll leave that one alone, and opacity. For centuries, we have lived in a world of centralized finance. Central banks control the money. Central banks, which are not government banks, Central banks are owned by the banks. Goldman Sachs. Financial trading is largely done via intermediaries. Borrowing and lending conducted through traditional banking institutions. It is conducted through traditional banking institutions. In decentralized finance, peers interact with others via a common ledger not controlled by any centralized organization. Can you see where that's a threat to Goldman Sachs? Can you see why they have Gary Gensler going after cryptocurrency? Okay, so there's 5 problems associated with centralized finance. 1, centralized control. Most consumers and businesses deal with a single localized bank, which controls rates and fees. Switching is possible, but it's costly. Further, the U.S. banking system is highly concentrated. The 4 largest banks have 44% share of the insured deposits, compared with 15% 40 years ago. 15% 40 years ago. 15%, now it's 44%. Interestingly, the U.S. banking system is less concentrated than other countries, such as the UK and Canada. This phenomena has reached beyond the legacy financial center to tech players like Amazon, Facebook, and Google, which now dominate industries like retail sales and digital advertising. And again, the person that really advanced the breaking down of antitrust laws was none other than the greatest Republican president of all time, Bill Clinton. Okay, number 2, limited access. Today, 1.7 billion people are unbanked. 1.7 billion people are unbanked, making it very challenging for them to obtain loans and to operate in the world of internet commerce. Many consumers must resort to payday lending operations to cover liquidity shortfalls. Being banked, however, does not guarantee access. For example, a bank may not want to bother with a small loan that a new business requires. Instead, it may suggest a credit card loan, which carries with it borrowing rates approaching 30%. I summarized the sentence. Third problem with the current system, inefficiency. A centralized financial system has many inefficiencies. Perhaps the most egregious example is the credit card interchange rate that causes consumers and small businesses to lose up to 3% of a transaction's value. That's a monopoly that Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, Wells Fargo have under the current system that Gary Gensler protects. 3% of a transaction's value with every swipe due to the payment network's oligopoly pricing power. Remittance fees are 5 to 7%. Time is also wasted in the 2 days it takes to quote-unquote settle a stock transaction, officially transfer of ownership. In the internet age, this seems utterly implausible. Other inefficiencies include costly and slow transfer of funds, direct or indirect brokerage fees, lack of security, and the inability to conduct microtransactions. In the current banking system, deposit interest rates remain very low and loan rates high because banks need to cover their brick and mortar costs. Okay, number four. The number four I can't pronounce. Lack of interoperability. Consumers and businesses deal with financial institutions in an environment which lacks interconnectivity. It is well known that the U.S. financial system, is siloed and designed to sustain high switching costs. Moving money from one institution to another can be unduly lengthy and complicated. For example, a wire transfer can take 3 days to complete. In an attempt to mitigate this issue within the world of centralized finance, where the problems lie, Visa tried to acquire Plaid, a product that allows any company to plug in an institutional's information stack with the user's permission. It bought some time, but it didn't solve the problem. The last issue is opacity, another fancy word. The current financial system is not transparent. Bank customers have very little information on the financial health of their bank and instead must place their faith in the limited government protection of FDIC insurance on their deposits. Further, it is difficult for them to know if the rate they are offered on a loan is competitive. Implications of all of this. This is just the introductory, I'm just reading the introductory summary, framework of the problem. The implications of these 5 problems are twofold. First, many of these costs lead to lower economic growth. For example, if loan rates are high because of legacy costs, high-quality investment projects may be foregone, as explained previously. An entrepreneur's idea may target a 20% rate of return, precisely the type of economic project that accelerates growth. If the bank tells the entrepreneur to borrow money on their credit card at 24%, this seemingly profitable project may never be pursued. Secondly, these problems perpetuate or exacerbate inequality. The modern banking system is racist. It's misogynist. It's non-woke. It only has 2 pronouns. I don't know, however you want to put it. These problems perpetuate or exacerbate inequality across the political spectrum. Most people agree that there should be equality of opportunity. A project should be financed based on the quality of the idea and the soundness of execution of plan, not by other factors. Importantly, inequality also limits growth when good ideas are not financed. Though purported to be the land of opportunity, the United States has become one of the worst records in migrating income from the bottom quartile to the top quartile. Inequality of opportunity arises in part from lack of access to the current banking system, reliance on costly alternative financing such as payday lending, and the inability to buy or sell in the modern world of e-commerce. These implications are far-reaching, and by any calculations, this is a long list of serious problems endemic to our current system of centralized finance. Our financial infrastructure has failed to fully adapt to the digital era in which we are living. Decentralized finance offers new opportunities. The technology is nascent, but the upside is potentially transformational. In other words, it's new and the opportunity's great. Our book has multiple goals. Great. All right, they talk about the origins of finance. And they go on to with a bunch. See, this is why most of you didn't take economics. But to an economist, charts are fun. But anyway, let me just go if they have. We'll skip the deep dives and everything and see if they have a summary. And if not, we'll just start talking. Okay, conclusions. You can skip the whole middle part of the book by going to conclusions. There's they describe a bunch of the risks. They describe, let me just go through the table of contents. They go through a history of finance, fintech, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, Ethereum and DeFi. Then they talk about the DeFi infrastructure. Those sound both a little bit interesting. Let me see if, it's only 2 pages. Let me see if there's anything I can read to you there. Ethereum is currently the second largest cryptocurrency by market cap. Vitalik Buterin, that sounds like a comic book name, introduced the idea in 2014, and Ethereum mined its first block in 2015. Ethereum is in some sense a logical extension of the applications of Bitcoin because it allows for smart contracts, which are code that lives on a blockchain, can control assets and data, and define interactions between the assets, data, and network participants. The capacity for smart contracts defines Ethereum as a smart contract platform. Okay. DeFi is fundamentally a competitive marketplace of financial apps, DApps, that function as various financial primitives. What is a primitive? Such as exchange, lend, and tokenize. They benefit from the network's effects of combining and recombining DeFi's products and attracting increasingly more market share from the traditional financial system. And this is my contention, that Gary Gensler goes after cryptocurrencies to protect Goldman Sachs's monopoly on traditional centralized banking, where they make an outsized return for providing nothing to you. The DeFi infrastructure, the key to all DeFi is the decentralizing backbone, a blockchain. Fundamentally, blockchains are software protocols that allow multiple parties to operate under shared assumptions and data without trusting each other. Trust but verify. These data can be anything, such as location and destination information of items in a supply chain or account balances of a token. Updates are packaged into blocks and are chained together cryptographically to allow an audit of the prior history, hence the name. Blockchains are possible because of consensus protocols, sets of rules that determine what kinds of blocks can become part of the chain and thus the quote-unquote truth. These consensus protocols are designed to resist malicious tampering up to a certain security bound. The blockchains we focus on currently use proof of work, consensus protocol. I guess the other one is when you lend out. But anyway, let me skip to the conclusions. Conclusions, losers and winners. Decentralized finance provides compelling advantages over traditional finance, along with the verticals of decentralization, access, efficiency, interoperability, and transparency. Decentralization allows financial products to be owned collectively by the community without top-down control, without Blankenfield at Goldman Sachs controlling it, something that could be hazardous to the average user. Access to these new products for all individuals is of critical importance in preventing widening wealth gaps. Traditional finance exhibits layers of fat and inefficiency that ultimately remove value from the average consumer. The contractual efficiency of DeFi brings all of this value back. As a result of its shared infrastructure and interfaces, DeFi allows for radical interoperability beyond what could ever be achieved in the traditional finance world. Finally, the public nature of DeFi fosters trust and security in strong contrast to the opacity of today's centralized systems. DeFi can even directly distribute value to users to incentivize, another awful use of a word, its growth. As demonstrated by Compound and Uniswap. Yield farming is the practice of seeking rewards by depositing into platforms that incentivize liquidity provisioning. Everybody should be required to take an English course. Token distributions and yield farming have attracted large amounts of capital to DeFi over very short time windows. Platforms can engineer their token economics to both reward innovation and to foster a long-term sustainable protocol and community that continues to provide value. I'm going to skip because I'm finding some of that quite boring. We see the scaffolding of a shining new city. This is not a renovation of existing structures. It is a complete rebuild from the bottom up. Finance becomes accessible to all. Quality ideas are funded no matter who you are. A $10 transaction is treated identically to a $100 million transaction. Savings rates increase and borrowing costs decrease as the wasteful middle layers are excised. Ultimately, we see DeFi as the greatest opportunity of the coming decade and look forward to the reinvention of finance as we know it. Anyway, I'm not sure this is written by Campbell R. Harvey, who is a distinguished professor of finance at Duke University. Also Ashwin Ramachandran, general partner at Dragonfly Capital, and Joey Santoro, founder of Fay Labs. He's a graduate of Duke University. So anyway, I'm just basically, I guess in a way, I'm entering this into a sort of evidence for why I keep saying that, in my judgment, Gary Gensler is there at the SEC to protect the traditional financial system, to protect the oligopoly that Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, and Wells Fargo currently have over your pocketbook. And they don't want the wide acceptance of blockchain and cryptocurrencies to take away their ability to charge massive fees from inception to finish and every step of the way in funding companies such as Amazon, Alphabet, the CIA guy, Bezos. They want to have those fees. They want to have the ability for Ken Griffin to do the high-speed trading and just take money away from the market for no reason whatsoever. He says it's to provide you liquidity. No. What it is, he runs your orders. He takes a little bit every single time to hundreds of billions of transactions a day. Why? Why do we need him? The answer is we don't. And I propose that they first prove it that we don't need them by taking the over-the-counter markets away from the somnolent oversight of the SEC and Gary Gensler. So anyway, that book is written. This is written like a research report. So if you want something that will put you to sleep better than chemical additives, this is it. But I really think DeFi is the future. Imagine when somebody in striving to enrich, to better themselves in, I don't know, in Bangladesh, as the seas are rising, has an idea and can go on their phone and access loans and money and research because of blockchain the same way that Warren Buffett can. Anyway, that's DeFi. And that's why I so often say that Gary Gensler, is protecting Goldman Sachs from crypto, and he just couldn't care less about the over-the-counter markets because they've already changed the mindset of investors, the mindset of lawyers, the mindset of regulators, such that the over-the-counter small companies are completely orphaned. So the criminals have a killing fields to exploit the retail investor who Gary Gensler just pays lip service to. But more importantly, there's no organic competition to the egregious fees of financing that Goldman Sachs can charge from angel round all the way to when they stuff overpriced IPOs into your retirement accounts, taking fees multiple times along the way. There's no competition in that case. But decentralized finance is a major competition to these so-called geniuses like Blankenfein and Diamond. Okay, this is another book that it's actually a very expensive book. It's called The Mystery of Banking by Murray and Rothbard. And I've actually only read about, I don't know, a quarter of it. And I wish I had read more. I find my ability to concentrate recently has been weakened. And this part of it, I'm not sure I ever got into yet. But I'm just going to take a risk to read it to you. This is page 47. And I think I got up to chapter 4. So I don't know how much I actually read. Anyway, the supply of gold and the counterfeiting process. Under a gold standard, where the supply of money is the total weight of all available gold, coin, or bullion, there is only one way to increase the supply of money: digging gold out of the ground. And blah, 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 blah. There is, however, another way to obtain money. Other than by buying or mining it: counterfeiting. The counterfeiter mints or produces an inferior object, say brass or plastic, which he tries to palm off as gold. Counterfeiting is, of course, fraud. When the counterfeiter mints brass coins and passes them off as gold, he cheats the seller of whatever goods he purchases with the brass. And every subsequent buyer and holder of the brass is cheated in turn. But it will be instructive to examine the precise process of fraud and see how not only the purchasers of the brass, but everyone else is defrauded and loses by the counterfeit. I'm gonna not bore you with that. Well, maybe I'll speed touch on it. Let's compare and contrast the motives and actions of our counterfeiter with those of our good angel Gabriel. So the angel was a counterfeiter, creating money out of thin air, but since his motives were the purest, he showered his misconceived largesse equally on one and all. But our real world counterfeiter is different. His motives are the reverse. As the counterfeiter produces his new coins and spends them on various goods and services, retail spending gets a shot in the arm. Let's assume that the counterfeiting process is so good that it goes undetected. What happens then? The money supply in terms of dollars has gone up, and therefore the price level will rise. The value of each existing dollar has been diluted by the new dollars, thereby diminishing the purchasing power of each old dollar. So we see right away that the inflation process, which is what counterfeiting is, injures all the legitimate existing dollar holders by having their purchasing power diluted. In short, counterfeiting defrauds and injures not only the specific holders of the new coins, but also holders of the old dollars, meaning everyone in society. But this is not all. The money supply is not benevolently but foolishly showered on all alike. On the contrary, the new money, the counterfeit money, is injected at a specific point in the economy and then ripples through the economy in a step-by-step process. And they go talk about Roscoe and So, just skipping a whole page. Counterfeiting and the resulting inflation is therefore a process by which some people, the early holders of the new money benefit at the expense of the late receivers. The first, earliest, and largest net gainers are the counterfeiters themselves. Thus, we see that when new money comes into the economy as counterfeiting, it is a method of fraudulent gain at the expense of the rest of society, and especially of relatively fixed income groups. Inflation is a process of subtle expropriation, where the victims understand that prices have gone up, but not why this has happened. And the inflation of counterfeiting does not even confer the benefit of adding to the non-monetary uses of the money commodity. Government is supposed to apprehend counterfeiters and duly break up and punish their operations. But what if government itself turns into a counterfeiter? In that case, there is no hope of combating this activity by inventing superior detection devices. The difficulty is far greater than that. The government counterfeiting process did not really hit its stride until the invention of paper money. The invention of paper and printing gave enterprising governments, always looking for a new source of revenue, an open sesame to previously unimagined sources of wealth. The kings had long since granted to themselves the monopoly. The kings had granted to themselves the monopoly of minting coins in their kingdom. The banksters have granted to themselves, Goldman Sachs and the SEC and Finra, the monopoly of being able to create securities out of thin air, create commissions, charge fees, all out of thin air. They've granted that monopoly to themselves through the Federal Reserve, and now because they bought the Bill Clinton and the rest sign in these self-regulatory organizations, the DTCC is owned by these kings. So the kings had long since granted to themselves the monopoly of minting coins in their kingdoms, calling such a monopoly crucial to their sovereignty, and then charging high seigniorage prices for coining gold or silver bullion. But this was a piddling, and occasional debasements were not fast enough for kings' insatiable need for revenue. Just put in there Goldman Sachs's insatiable need for revenue. But if the kings could obtain a monopoly right to print paper tickets and call them the equivalent of gold coins, then there was unlimited potential for acquiring wealth. In short, if the king could become a legalized monopoly, if Goldman Sachs could become a legalized monopoly, owning Congress, owning the SEC, owning Finra, owning the DTCC. If the king could become a legalized monopoly counterfeiter and simply issue gold coins, simply counterfeit shares, by printing paper tickets, by putting electronic journal entries into the public's accounts, with the same names on them, the king could inflate the money supply and indefinitely pay for his unlimited needs. If the public will accept the paper dollar as equivalent to gold, then the government can become a legalized counterfeiter, and the counterfeiting process comes into play. It takes centuries of propaganda and cultivated trust for suspicions to fade away of physical gold versus paper dollars. At first, the government must guarantee that these paper tickets will be redeemable on demand in their equivalent in gold coin or bullion. In other words, the government says the paper ticket is worth $10. The government itself must pledge to redeem that sum in a real $10 coin. But even then, the government must overcome a healthy suspicion. If the government has the coin to back up its paper, why does it have to issue paper in the first place? The government also generally tries to back up its paper with coercive legislation, either compelling the public to accept it at par with gold, or compelling all creditors to accept paper money as equivalent to gold, legal tender. At the very least, of course, the government must agree to accept its own paper in taxes. Once the paper money becomes generally accepted, however, the government can then inflate the money supply to finance its needs. It should be clear that by printing new money to finance its deficits, the government and the early receivers of the new money benefit at the expense of all those who receive the new money last, or not at all. Okay, well, I think I'll stop there with my reading. There was one thought I had that I just forgot in my Joe Biden brain. So let me see if I can get it back. Oh, when they say once paper money becomes accepted, what happened in the security system over the last 40 years, people used to have paper certificates, and they wouldn't trust the banks to just have a journal entry. They wanted that physical certificate. Without boring you, because I saw it progress during my career, but we've gone from people coming into my desk bringing paper certificates with their name and having to sign it over as if they were signing a check, to now everything's electronic. And as they say here, gold is a barbarous relic. Now paper certificates are a barbarous relic. So Goldman Sachs, which I contend owns the government, but Goldman Sachs, acting as a king in this kingdom, and when I say Goldman Sachs, I mean Goldman, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, JP Morgan, there's another one I forget. There's 4 or 5. But it's simpler just to say Goldman Sachs, particularly since Gary Gensler comes from Goldman Sachs. But they've gotten everyone to believe that electronic entry certificates are better for you than the process of physical certificates, the process of delivery. And trust us. And they're in hog heaven now. Hog heaven. They get to print as many shares as they want, increasing fees, increasing the monies they charge to hedge funds, increasing assets under management, increasing commissions, increasing so-called rates of return by inflation. And they ask you, trust us, trust us. But they've slowly, over 40 years, gotten us to say, hey, electronic entry that we can just look on our statement is so much better than back when I had to keep my certificates in my file and I had to keep track of them. By the way, you didn't have to do that back then. Brokerage firms would keep your paper certificate with your name on it in safekeeping for you. Of course, you had to pay commissions back then, so that partly was covering that cost. But anyway, the banks love the fact that over time, I think of Dominic's financial planner that says, "Oh, that's all hyperbole." Dominic, I was thinking, if you're on here, I don't know if you are, but if I was thinking, one thing I'd ask that financial planner of yours, I'd say, "What's your favorite stock?" and explain to me in 5 steps why you think it's the best stock to own. And if he for some miraculous reason has a favorite stock, say, "Okay, why don't you give me 5 stocks that you recommend? Why don't you give me a thought about the future of the market in terms of specific industries, specific companies, not, well, we can go with this manager or we can go with this ETF." See if he can even answer any of that. Final thing I mean, I've got more I could show you, but the final thing I thought of to show you maybe I have to read more of it than I thought. This book, Naked, Short, and Greedy, Wall Street's Failure to Deliver, Dr. Suzanne Trimbath. The first couple of times I went through it, I refused to destroy it, but now I've gone through with yellow marker. And I think it would be instructive to go through some of her thoughts. Investors and the entrepreneurs they support are being harmed by failure to deliver, and stock lending borrowing under rules approved by the SEC. Neither the government regulators nor the financial industry self-regulatory, thank you Bill Clinton, organizations are capable of correcting themselves. This is the definition of a regulatory crisis. If you are not already aware of the problem, this book will show that there are failures to deliver securities to settle trades throughout the global financial system. Although the data and examples in this book are primarily from the United States, it happens everywhere that the financial industry includes what? Includes what? Self-regulatory organizations. Some of the fails to deliver last for years. Listen to this. Some of the fails to deliver last for years in the United States because Centralized Clearing and Settlement Organization provides that fails to settle on a given day will be resubmitted with a new settlement date on the next day ad infinitum, which means forever. The New York Stock Exchange admitted in a public forum in Washington, D.C., that's where I'm broadcasting as you listen, on November 30, 2005, that using the Central Clearing Organization Stock Borrow Program to cover up these failures to settle has resulted in the violation of the one share, one vote rule. One share, one vote. No regulation in the United States requires the borrower of shares to close out long-term outstanding stock loans and settlement failures. All rights of ownership go with the stock to the borrower. Finally, she says, after her studies, and this was written in first published January 2020, but she worked on it for 2 decades. Finally, numerous companies have been the subject of aggressive trading attacks that are enabled by the lack of action by the regulators. Do you see when I say that Gary Gensler does nothing? It's not hyperbole. It's not ad hominem. There's evidence. This is Dr. Suzanne Trimbath. Dr. Suzanne Trimbath. She's a business instructor at Conchis College, is that how you say that? In southeastern Arizona. She started her training in finance and economics at the Federal Reserve Bank in San Francisco. She worked in operations at depository trust and clearing corporations in San Francisco, New York, including the DTC, a subsidiary of the DTCC, a privately run central clearing agency in the United States. She was a senior research economist in capital markets at the Milken Institute before forming STP Advisory Services at some point. Okay. Aggressive trading tactics such as naked short selling can, at a minimum, impair access to capital. Gary Gensler brags in front of Congress how deep our markets are and that they're the best capital formation markets in the world. He's either an idiot or he's lying. Aggressive trading tactics such as naked short selling can, at a minimum, impair access to capital and, at the worst, have driven small companies to ruin. It's just the more you read, the iller that one gets. The United States Central Clearing and Settlement Organization, DTCC, and its subsidiaries claim that they have no power or legal authority to regulate or stop the practice of lending stock without a closeout requirement, i.e. no due date on loans of stock, and no power to force their member firms to close out or resolve fails to deliver. This is not technically true. The subsidiary of the DTCC, National Securities Clearing Corp., makes itself the counterparty to both sides of every transaction involving failure to deliver. DTCC does have the same power and authority to compel a resolution or closeout as would an original customer who does not receive the shares she pays for. It is more correct to say that the DTCC chooses not to resolve or buy-in trades where the seller fails to deliver the shares they sold. Their rules allow them to credit their members with an entitlement for undelivered shares, which allows their members to credit the account representing the buying investor in a failed trade. This process creates extra shares of the stock of public companies, all within the rules. The problem became so serious in late 2003 that some companies, mostly entrepreneurial companies, who accessed what they believed was fairly operating capital markets, and we've all come to know they're not fair at all, even though Gary Gensler glibs on and on about it. Some companies approached the DTC in hopes of either finding a resolution to the problem or moving their stock out of harm's way. This is in 2003. In other words, out of the system. The DTC turned to the SEC and got approval for a rule to prohibit the companies from taking action to protect themselves. If you ask the DTC about this particular instance, they will only tell you that they cannot honor requests from issuers to exit the system because, quote, it has not been permitted by the SEC, unquote, without mentioning the fact that the DTC initiated the SEC rule that stops companies from protecting themselves, their assets, and their investors. Similarly, I can never say that word, similarly, DTC approached the SEC for rulemaking to protect its members from having to close out failed trades by forcing an market purchase in a process known as a buy-in, where the buyer can purchase the shares from another party and then charge back the cost to the seller who failed to deliver. This situation is getting worse instead of better. The more rules that are put in place to support this flawed infrastructure, and go back to what I read to you here. They're building the modern scaffolding without building on a flawed infrastructure. So, the more rules that are put into place to support this flawed infrastructure, the more the risk created by a buildup of unsettled trades in the system will look like the asbestos of the 21st century. Just because fire safety regulations required the use of asbestos in schools and public buildings in the 1970s, it did not make it any less dangerous in the 1990s. Likewise, just because financial regulations allow fails to deliver in the 2000s, it will not make it any less dangerous to the economies in the 2020s. This problem was created by and is sustained by the very rules the regulators put in place with the intention of protecting investors and providing orderly capital markets. When the DTC got the rulemaking from the SEC to prevent companies from refusing to allow their shells to be held in this flawed system, they submitted comment letters insisting that the NSCC stock borrow program satisfies the needs for shares when trades fail so they can make sure that the trades don't fail. If this sounds like doublespeak, it's because it is. I don't guess you can read that along with me. They say that they prevent trades from failing by enabling trades to fail. The DTC further stated that the lender cannot loan shares multiple times. Unfortunately, the buyer whose trade was quote-unquote settled with borrowed shares can and does lend the shares. It's not just a matter of semantics. Although one owner cannot loan the same share twice, nothing in the rules, regulations, or accounting systems prevents lending by the owner who got a borrowed share, a fake share, at settlement. Each time a share is loaned, it leaves behind another phantom share. Only the shadow knows. Simply put, how do we explain year-long failures to settle? How do we explain that at least half the trades that failed to settle are more than 2 months old? 2 months. That sounds like a piker. There is only one explanation. Lax management at the self-regulatory organizations on Wall Street. A complete failure in oversight by the SEC, and a willingness to look the other way when broker members who hold positions on the board of directors at these self-regulatory organizations and who may have ambitions to political appointments at the SEC violate their duty to perform in the best interests of investors. Dr. Suzanne Trimbath. This is not a glitch or a bookkeeping problem. Remember, just the other day, Goldman Sachs got fined $3 million for 60 million orders inadvertently? This is not a glitch. This is a problem of very large dimensions created by a gaping hole in the capital market infrastructure supported by the regulators and overseen by the SEC. The failure to enforce the closeout of stock lending and to enforce final settlement is generating phantom shares which, through the most basic laws of supply and demand, depress the prices of stocks by increasing the supply of shares. She goes on to say, when I set out on this journey in 2023, I firmly believed that the only possible solution was for Congress to act, to force the settlement of all outstanding trades. I believed that until I talked to Congress, I believed that until I talked to Congress. Then I believed that the only possible solution was in the courts. I believed that until I was brought in as a fact and expert witness in several lawsuits. Then I believed that the only possible solution was through the criminal justice system. I believed that until I talked to the Department of Justice and the FBI. Now, I believe that we face a truly regulatory crisis. The current system may not survive. The complete lack of transparency on Wall Street raises questions that may never be answered. Earning income from covering fails with stock loans. Remember what Patrick Byrne said. Goldman Sachs makes 75% of its revenue, prime broker revenue, by this, what she's talking about. Earning income from covering fails with stock loans provides an economic incentive for maintaining the status quo to the detriment of shareholders and entrepreneurs. Did you just remember what I just read about kings counterfeiting money? This is the kings of Wall Street, Goldman Sachs, with Gary Gensler's help, counterfeiting shares that benefits them, and then it barely trickles out to anybody else. Provides an economic incentive for maintaining the status quo to the detriment of shareholders and entrepreneurs. There are unanswered questions about the total income received in payments from stock lending. "82% of outstanding fails to deliver may remain open for years." Who will protect the interests of shareholders and entrepreneurs being damaged by the system of self-regulation? It depends on what your definition of is. This is a story of a handful of investors and entrepreneurs who have made a valiant attempt to change the system. I will warn you in advance, there is no happy ending to the story. Regulations show. SEC rules initially approved it in 2004, with compliance beginning in the beginning of 2005. To update short sale regulations first adopted in 1938. That is the vaunted, that's the second of the acts that Gary Gensler harps back to, the Security Acts of 1933 and 1934. 1933 and 1934. The reg show was designed to address concerns regarding persistent failures to deliver and potentially abusive naked short selling. The triumvirate of trouble: shorts, loans, and fails. Well, I guess I read enough. You probably have already turned on the alternative entertainment. I just happened to open this page. Look at this. Look at this. I don't know if you can see it. I estimate fails to deliver in U.S. Treasury securities $180 trillion. Oh. Let me see. I might be wrong. Million, billion. I guess it's 180 billion. Still, it's a big number. All right, we'll leave it at that. And I will start paying attention to you as if my life depended on it. Which it doesn't, by the way. Confrontations between Washington and Moscow, now extending from the Baltic region, Ukraine, and Syria to the American political system itself, are becoming more dangerous than was the U.S.-Soviet nuclear confrontation over Cuba in 1962. Unlike in 1962, when the Kennedy administration made public evidence of Soviet missile silos under construction on the neighboring island, the Obama administration has presented no concrete evidence that the Kremlin, directed by President Putin, hacked the DNC and arranged for damaging materials to be disseminated in order to put Donald Trump in the White House. Nonetheless, even as a number of independent cyber experts doubt the plausibility of White House intelligence reports, powerful political interests are inflating the story to imply that the United States' warlike act of retaliation is required. A Washington Post editorial, for example, declared that America had suffered, quote, a real cyber Pearl Harbor, unquote, at Putin's hand. Shame on the Washington Post. The motives of these political interests vary, as we have seen, from exonerating Hillary Clinton of her defeat to crippling Trump before he even enters the White House. In resolving the Cuban Missile Crisis wisely, President Kennedy did not have to cope with these kinds of debilitating public diversions and toxic allegations. Today's hysteria, suffused with growing neo-McCarthyism and a witch hunt-like search for quote-unquote Putin friends in the United States, first and foremost, of course, Trump himself, are making any rational, fact-based discourse nearly impossible. Public discussion is urgently needed regarding NATO's buildup of Russia's western borders, on Russia's western borders, the civil proxy wars in Ukraine and Syria, and more generally, a less confrontational U.S. policy toward Russia. With the New York Times, the Washington Post, and their echo chambers on cable TV networks, thank you, Bill Clinton, labeling anyone who rethinks U.S. policy as a quote-unquote Trump apologist and a quote Putin apologist, civil discourse so vital to democratic resolutions and to U.S. national security has become nearly impossible. Trump and Putin have tried to diminish the hysteria. Putin's attempt, declining to adopt the traditional Cold War tit-for-tat approach of immediately expelling 35 American intelligence operatives from Russia, raises a question about the Obama administration. Did whoever advised the president to expel 35 Russians and their families within 72 hours understand the order would violate the hallowed tradition of Russian New Year's Eve, the most sentimental of holidays, which families spend together at home, not in clubs or otherwise dispersed? If so, it was a malicious decision that enabled Putin to be magnanimous toward the American families affected in Russia. On the other hand, if Obama's advisors did not know this simple fact, it may explain his disastrous Russian policies since taking office. Meanwhile, Putin has his own political problems. His generals, tasked with taking the Syrian city of Aleppo, had already protested his repeated quote-unquote humanitarian ceasefires as thwarting their mission. Now, hardliners are asking why Putin gave such soft responses to Obama's sanctions and expulsions as retaliation for Russia's purported role in the U.S. presidential election. This, too, Obama should have been made to understand by his advisors. Was he, or was Obama determined to prevent Trump from changing the soon-to-be former president's approach to Russia? Stephen Cohen. Stephen Cohen here. And here's his wife, Christina Vande Heuvel, who is the editor at The Nation. Here they are again. Up there they are, right there. Christina Vande Heuvel and Stephen Cohen. He writes in the beginning, with loving gratitude to Katrina, who, while not fully agreeing with the contents and enduring some slings and arrows, made this book possible. War with Russia. He was ridiculed as and ostracized as a conspiracy theorist. But here the media that everyone trusts had to admit the Steele dossier was a fraud and was put up by Hillary Clinton. So now we're on the verge of war with a country that could wipe us out 10 or 11 times in 20 minutes, all because Hillary lost an election. Okay. Let's see what's going on with I don't see any news on it. All right, I'll look at your questions. I just wanted to, I don't know, put those three separate thoughts out there. Let me go all the way back to the beginning because it's a very nice place to start. We'll do it live. Hey, Dave. Hey, Andrew. Hey, I can't read it. Brendan, Zizu, Blue, Ming, Paulie V, Peter Tong, A. Shell, Paulie, Sapinen, GameStop earns something. $35 he will come. I hope so. UCAR should pump tonight and tomorrow shorts over 400%. UCAR. All right, let's watch it. GTII. Lou, William, please answer my text messages. I need your email address. Okay. Should I just put it out over the system? My microphone, throw it away. And while you're at it, throw your brain away. Wimpy. Wimpy. All right, I'm going through all of them and without any trouble. That's good. Max. Radio Shack. Thank you, DNA 444. That's not politically correct now, male, female. It's probably coupling and decoupling. All right. The innie and the outie. Any more thoughts on RCRT? Yeah. Bought some DBMM. UCAR going. UCAR 880 going to pump, looking to test $15 soon. I called Kodak at 325. You certainly did. Hey Jerome, Greenberg, be safe. Ming. I'm not getting every name. I'm sorry. I'll do better as we go on. The Federal Reserve isn't federal at all. Ziggy. What's happening to GME? I have no idea. Fix it again, Tony. You drive a Fiat? A Fiat? How you stowing a Fiat? Is name gonna blow, or what is going on? Is name gonna blow? I don't know what name is. Bill Clinton was the first black president. I suppose. He's got a son with darker skin than he has that he completely disowns. Now, it doesn't talk about users being evil, I know. Hey, KYP. Zverev won, I know. I was wrong, wasn't I? Or was I right? I can't remember what I predicted. But tomorrow morning, with great anticipation, it's going to be Novak Djokovic, 36 years old, against the impudent, the arrogant, the supremely talented Carlos Alcaraz, 20 years old. All right, so who makes you annoyed? Lee Wills, I'm sorry. Lee Wills, I don't want you to be annoyed. Where's Ace when you need it? Putin is not your friend. Well, would you believe me if I told you Biden's not your friend? Let me see if there's a space call going on. No space call that I see. Here, maybe. Let's see what this is. This is Drew Diligence. He usually has a good call. Ham says the real short data on GTII is due out on June 9th. The trend is it's going lower with all these wash trades. The proof will be out June 9th. Don't forget to look in case I am sleeping. Whoever is the real short is 10,000% tied to the crooks working together. Ham just wrote 8 hours ago, so Alpine will be gone soon. West going after market makers for spoofing. Naked shorts, 300 million plus 30 million dividend. So on GTII, what I understand might be happening is one of the market makers that West sued remember he had 50 John Does. I'm hearing rumors that one of the market makers is reaching out to Wes to make some sort of settlement. That's just one out of 24. So when we feel like there's no progress being made, if that rumor is true, that's pretty big. It's pretty big. So then Ham said GTII real short data is 547,000. The update will be June 9th. He says washed trading is for a reason, to close out open positions. These crooks are defrauding their own prime brokers. Look at Gary Gensler, the goober Gary Gensler. Coinbase's alleged failures deprive investors of critical protections, including rulebooks that prevent fraud and manipulation, proper disclosure, safeguards against conflict of interest, and routine inspection by the SEC. That's in response to his own tweet. Today, we charged Coinbase Inc. with operating its crypto asset trading platform as an unregistered national securities exchange, broker, and clearing agency, and for failing to register the offer and sale of its crypto asset staking as a service program. Kudos to Gary Gensler. You know what? You know what? The SEC has found that Kurt Kramer has done multiple times. They have found that Kurt Kramer acted as an unregistered securities broker and that he failed to register the offer and sale of securities. But hey, Gensler must be a really talented guy, because he's got 4,500 people. He pleads for more people. He pleads for a bigger budget. He can't even do anything about the rampant destruction of the over-the-counter markets and all markets, but he wants more. I want to regulate crypto. I want to regulate crypto exchanges. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. I like this guy, though. Gerbir S. Grawal. You simply can't ignore the rules because you don't like them, or because you'd prefer different ones. The consequences for the investing public are far too great. And this sentence you could just substitute in. While counterfeiters, naked short sellers, calculated decisions may have allowed them to earn billions, it was done so at the expense of investors by depriving investors of the protections to which they are entitled. You just substitute it in. "24 stockbound. Yeah, let's just ignore the elephant in the room. Lou keeping his name out your mouth." Lou keeping his name out your mouth? Is that the elephant in the room? Lou keeping his name out your mouth? Well, we can address it. I don't understand it. Lou keeping his name out your mouth. Let me see Will from Saratoga. Then look at Canacor's press releases. They are trying to be bought, but the prospective buyer doesn't want something with the deal as is. So it's either MMTLP's, the liability caused by MMTLP, or a GTII short position. That's very interesting, Will. Life is a sinking, swirling eddy of despair, punctuated by moments of false hope and fits of impotent rage. Well, that certainly is that's certainly uplifting. So sick of the rumors. All right, TAC77. My suggestion is you sell GTII if you're not already doing it. But I just get out, because all we have to run on are what can only be classified as rumors. We don't have access to the blue sheets. We don't have access to the data of what the market makers are selling. We don't have access to the number of shares that the concentrated position is at Alpine. We don't have access to the criminality and the LLCs and the offshore accounts of Kurt Kramer. So you're going to be sick of rumors, because all we can do is our best to piece together information we hear. Gary Gensler is not going to go after the crime. It's almost like Kramer is his nephew or something. So we have no choice but to try to do our best to put together the evidence we have. So TAC, I strongly recommend, if you're sick of the rumors, just get out of the stock. And that's not financial advice, because I don't know your situation. That's advice based on your emotions. I'm allergic to space calls, so yeah. Paulie, I feel like we are in a race to get Alpine expelled versus a price drop. TAC, maybe he's a buyer. All right, TAC. When it hits 50 cents, you're loading up the boat. I hope it's not based on rumors. Maybe that's you're projecting where the stock's going to go, but I have a feeling that GTI, before it can go to 50 cents TAC, I have a feeling GTII is going to do an acquisition, whether it's Treno Mines or a different one that's big enough to shake the shorts, and I assume you're not one of the shorts. To shake the shorts is courage about driving this stock below $1. ALR 128. I would love to see MMTLP settle before GTII runs. I would too. But I think GTII might run before MMTLP settles. But you're right, it's a race. Oh, and I forget who said it now, the race between the stock going down and Alpine going down. I believe Alpine's going to go down, but the thing is, the lawyers and the judicial system is making that decision. Goober Gary Gensler has forfeited his responsibility to enforce existing rules that are on the books. He's just forfeited it. So we have to now, instead of having a courageous, honest regulator, say, hey, settle the trades. We have to go through that. They have to go through the court system. And the court system, if you've ever been involved in a court process, it takes time. I think MMTLP is an enormous catalyst. I think the blue sheets that are going to come from MMTLP and the work of the good offices of Mark Bazile, I think you're right. It's gonna rock the shorts world. I think Wes Christian on his own filing spoofing charges against or seeking evidence, I forget the term, I'm not a lawyer, from market makers, prime brokers, brokerage firms about spoofing. I think that's getting some purchase. All right, Lou Grosso, that's a good point. Gensler let it happen to the AMC. They're not on the OTC. But Lou, what my thinking is that AMC has, every time someone shorts that stock, I mean, you're right, Lou. You're making a good point. But AMC, there are big institutions that are buying AMC. There are big institutions in GME. But you're right. That was also a retail movement. But what I mean by the over-the-counter shouldn't be one. Gary Gensler ignores the over-the-counter. Two, there's no research, there's no institutional buying, there's no retail brokers recommending their clients buy. So you don't need this high-frequency trading. You don't need the reg show market maker exemptions. You don't need, because in the flurry of hundreds of millions of shares, it's so urgent to the American economy, a few certificates get lost. You don't need that exemption in the over-the-counter markets. Most of these stocks trade by appointment anyway. That's all I mean. John Panamondo, Lou made a video about you saying you accused him of GTI not squeezing. I would say it's true that I think that when he got said to sell GTII and to go into COSM, that at that time Fidelity was paying 1,000% to borrow shares. Wells Fargo was removing the buy button on GTII. Brokerage firms were slow walking the exercise of warrants because they had stuffed all the accounts with counterfeit warrants. I think telling everybody to get out at $4 approximately, $5 maybe, $3 maybe, I don't remember the exact price, and go into COSM did whether it was caused by Lou, the fact is he told everyone that, and I won't go back through all the bits of information that were incorrect, but he said sell, and then maybe it had nothing to do with him. The stock went down. Real world, you can't prove A plus B equals C in the real world. You can do it in a textbook, but you can't do it in the real world. So maybe his selling and recommendation to sell and all that had no impact. I don't know. But it happened at that same time that the stock, everybody got out of GTII in a race to get into COSM. And Lou said after COSM goes up, you can come back to GTII. Well, COSM never really went up. It had a flurry of fear of missing out, and then the CEO sold into that to the shorts, taking $40 million away from investors. And the shorts, I think, anyway, I don't want to relive it all. The shorts made a lot of money on that. I don't know. I guess I don't know. I mean, that's what happened. Maybe it was Lou, maybe it wasn't Lou, but that's what happened. Where's Ham? He's not having a call today. Well, Gary, I can't blame Lou for it not squeezing, but I can call out that, in my opinion, the stock was in the beginning stages. The system was locking on the special dividend of a warrant, and if as a group people had held in just a few weeks longer, I think a squeeze could have happened. But the fact is, we can't know that for sure, can we? But that's what I think would have happened. But when all of the FUD and all of the anxiety and all of the selling and the stampeding over into COSM, which I think fleeced a lot of people, whether intentionally or not, I have no idea. There's no question that after those recommendations, the stock went below the $2.75 strike price of the warrants. Fidelity stopped offering 1,000% to borrow shares. Wells Fargo put the buy button back on. And then the shorts came in and drove the stock down and down and down and down and down. And they got it down to my memory, 45, 50 cents. There's no question that happened. Now, why it happened, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was just that the moon aligned with Mars and, Sagittarius trined Uranus. I don't know. Whatever they say. But I think something caused everyone to be in a rush to sell GTII to buy COSM. Something caused it. But it's not about Lou. It's not even about that. That happened 6 months ago. And the good side of that, Gary, the positive of all that, is the only way the Kramers and their racketeering friends and Alpine was able to keep the stock down was to continue to sell counterfeit shares. And so in that time frame, over 125 million additional counterfeit shares have been sold. Now, you can argue, well, you can't trust the numbers from Finra. You can argue that. You can argue that, how do you know those shares weren't borrowed? Well, I would argue there are no shares to borrow. Otherwise, the real share would be bigger. The real short would be bigger. But you can argue that. You can argue, oh, well, those numbers don't take into account all the buying in and during the day. Well, I don't see any evidence of any buying in during the days. You say, oh, well, they do it all in the dark pools. Really? Really? Do you think Alpine and Kurt Kramer have access to the dark pools that Ken Griffin does? Maybe. Maybe there's all sort of swapping in and backing out. But who's going to be buying all of those shares in the dark pools? That's a legitimate buyer. It's all the arguments that this isn't a single trap short, a single bad prime broker, and a massive number of shares short. I don't find strength in the arguments that that's not the case. And from when Lou told people that something was wrong with the fact that the CEO of GTII would not speak to Lou, something was wrong with GTII's number of shares short because the CEO wouldn't tell Lou what the number was. Something was wrong with GTII going on upstream. It should go up on that other one, T3 or something, whatever the other one's called. When COSM was going to go up on upstream first instead of GTII, when COSM had 2,000% short, which was not true. I don't know if Lou said that or it was the other guy, but it was on Twitter, 2,000% short. It wasn't true. Tony, I don't know if it's Tony Twits or Tony A1 pointed it out that it wasn't true, and sure enough, I think it was Frank Benedetto came back and said, that isn't true. And that's to credit to Frank. But one of the arguments was 2,000% short, it's going to go up. One of the other arguments made that COSM was changing its name, therefore it was going to squeeze. That COSM's changing its CUSIP number, therefore it's going to squeeze. That COSM was going to reverse split, therefore it was going to squeeze. These are all specious. But those were the things said. And everyone, it became a mania. And there's just no doubt that that's what happened. Is it why the stock didn't squeeze at that time? We'll never know for sure. But just to repeat myself, the stock was above 275 for a prolonged period of time. Fidelity was in a state of high anxiety, offering 1,000% to borrow shares. They weren't doing that out of fun. Wells Fargo reportedly took away the buy button. All brokerage firms were having a hard time locating real warrants and real shares to exercise shares. So this all is the predicate of buy-ins across Wall Street, which is the definition of a short squeeze. But I don't know. Lou said sell GTII, come back into it later. There's something fishy with GTI because the CEO won't talk to him directly, and he can talk to the CEO of COSM or something along those lines. And I don't know if anyone responded to those things Lou said. All I know is a lot of people started getting worried about GTII, worried about this and that, and they sold. The stock broke technical points. It broke down. They started selling, and then the shorts had an easy day of driving it down further. COSM went on a spike, a mania, and in the heart of that mania on a Friday, the company that said they would not, that they were, I forget all the promises they said, but I think they said they wouldn't issue shares, do a deal. Well, right in the middle of the mania, they sold $40 million worth of shares to the short sellers. Now, I mean, if you needed to prove that in court, you'd have to go get subpoenas and evidence, and you'd have to pay a few $1 million to go lawyering. It's all in my opinion, from what we see. But the stock was, to my memory, $24 with the reverse split, and the Greek did it at $11. And ever since, the stock's been under 18 cents if you reverse the split. It's been under the price where it was when Lou told everyone to buy it. Well, those are all facts. I don't know how to interpret them. I have no idea. But would GTII have squeezed? We will never know. All I know is Fidelity was feeling massive pressure. Massive. And Wells Fargo seemed to be as well. All you needed is one of those firms to start buying in, and then the price goes up, and then there's other buy-ins. That's the definition of short squeeze. But did Lou make it not squeeze? It's not about Lou. It's not about Lou. It's about the criminals constantly putting pressure by selling shares that don't exist. That's what it's about. It's about Kurt Kramer, Alpine, and all of their racketeering friends. It's not about Lou. So no, I however I presented it. But it's not that I think Lou single-handedly stopped a short squeeze. It's not that at all. Like I say, can I say it again? It's not about Lou. It's just not about Lou. It's about Kurt Kramer, Seth Kramer, Charlie Mayo as trap shorts, unregistered securities dealers, securities fraud, wire fraud, going through Alpine Securities, which is in trouble legally. That's what it's about. And I think it's possible, even if the stock had gone to $9 again, $10, that the Kramers may have been able to keep selling and keep the pressure on, and maybe regardless, it would have come down. But the facts are that the special dividend as a warrant at $275, as long as the stock stayed above $275, was putting enormous pressure on the back offices. Everybody decided to sell. Did they do that because Lou said so? I have no idea. And then the shorts joined in. So it's good to be talking about Lou again. Yeah, it's the system. It's not, let's see what Will says. Lou didn't kill the squeeze, but he started the fire. No, just kidding. He didn't kill the squeeze, but he certainly did not help. What happened is what happened. Exactly. Yeah. Actually, John, I don't think all of his predictions have been wrong. He was correct about Ape before anyone else. He was correct about GTII in the beginning. He was correct about, briefly, he was correct about COSM. I haven't followed any of his other recommendations. He was wrong on that hospital stock. But he said it was a flyer, so, 2 for Tuesday or something. Did he shave, Matt? I don't know if he shaved or not. Look, as I said yesterday, I try to think back what happened. And I could say, I don't know, it was all over Twitter. His recommendations were all over Twitter. And could just ignore it, but it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, the shorts were successful in their campaign to get the stock under 275, and then the bubble got popped. Also, because so much money was lost in COSM and other tickers, the enthusiasm of our group as a whole, the power, gets reduced. So the shorts, this is a battle that the shorts are winning in the short run because they are attacking the morale and the enthusiasm and the pocketbook of all of you. And I don't think it's an issue about he said, she said, and I said, Lou did this or that. I feel very strongly that because of what happened in November, you lost money. And you lost the ability to see what would happen in a squeeze. And you've been paying for it ever since. It's not an intellectual argument and, hurt somebody's feelings. I think that's what happened. But it's over with. It's gone. And in the time frame, I'm going to guess that the Kramers, the Hurries, and the racketeers sold another 150 million shares of GTII. Now, I caution you, we don't know what the number is. There's a gentleman that worked on the American Stock Exchange that tells me you can't take those numbers and just add them up. Those numbers don't reflect all the buying that happens during the day. And they might have been doing a lot of things on dark pools, and the insiders might be lending out their shares. I don't know. I'll try to get the no objection list and see but I don't know if I can. I'll see if we can get that further detail locked down. But until the SEC, Finra make the American stock markets transparent, until they make them a level playing field, until all securities rules apply to all players, until, as Gabir Grewal, that's weird, his name's GG too. He says he's the director of SEC's Division of Enforcement. You simply can't ignore the rules because you don't like them or because you would prefer different ones. He said other things too. So until the transparency comes, all we have as an option is try to collect the information the way we can. And I don't think it matters in the long run what I say or Lou says or I said, he said, and she said, she said, and she sold seashells by the seashore. I don't think any of that matters. What matters is a massive amount of counterfeit shares were illegally sold intentionally by racketeers who self-enriched in GTII. And they abused COSM, they abused CLNV, they abused MULN, MMAT, MMTLP, Torchlight. The list goes on. It's legion. That's the problem. The problem isn't, Bill said I caused it, or Lou said something bad about me. It's not any of that. It just doesn't matter. What Lou thinks I said or what I think Lou might have done doesn't matter. What matters is the criminals, Kurt Kramer, his attorney Richard Nadich, his brother Seth, his sidekick Charlie Mayo, his boiler room, his investors, his LLCs, his offshore compatriots, his other Wall Street friends, gullible CEOs, lazy, stupid, or complicit regulators, John Hurry and Justine Hurry and Alpine. These are the problems. And yes, I think we almost had it, but it's like watching a baseball game. Every time Frank Howard came up to bat, I wanted to see a home run. Strike one, ball two, strike two. And there's a swing and it's strike three. Oh, if he had only held the bat differently, if he had only let that ball was high. It's all woulda, coulda, shoulda. Yes, I think it could have been different, but that's woulda, coulda, shoulda. We live in America. That's yesterday. Today is today. What can we do today? How can we address this tomorrow? So I don't know how much more I can answer that question on Lou. I think truth is a defense, and I think there is evidence that Lou made those recommendations. If that's what caused it, I have no idea for sure. I have no idea. Just leave it to the reader to make their own judgment. David Kurzman. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. There was a guy, I love that, Woody, that you built up such a large, I bet, Dominic, I don't know if you were on earlier, but I suggested that you should ask your financial planner, okay, name a stock that you recommend I buy, and then we'll go find out what the short position is. But I bet he can't even name a stock. We've been here before. I like this, Will. Turning point of the Revolutionary War, Battle of Saratoga, convinced to join our fight and crush the British. Alpine is Burgoyne's army. Well, Will, the one thing I always think about is we could have had Canada if our garrison hadn't been drunk. That's the greedy part of me. We could have had Canada. I could shave my head as a peace offering. I really didn't mean to disrupt any kind of peace. You guys have to understand why I've answered the questions that way. I get from a lot of you, hey, this is never going to squeeze. Special dividends don't work. Nothing ever works. The company isn't doing anything. There's never going to be a buy-in. I get all those kind of things. So I try to explain it to you from what evidence is there. That's it. It's not that it's something personal against Lou or that I'm blaming Lou. It's what Lou did say. He was one in a series of events. But I mean, you know, I don't know enough football analogies. But if somebody fumbles the ball, is that the reason you lose the game, or is it the other 60 minutes that you play? I don't know. I have no idea. Is the last time Djokovic played Nadal at the French Open, I think it was 5-3 in the fourth set, Djokovic? And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Nadal just had this superhuman surge, and I remember one shot Djokovic should have had, I thought. Is that why he lost? Or was it all 4 sets? Is the last time Djokovic lost to Carlos Alcaraz in the third set, 7-6 in the tiebreaker, is that why? I mean, yeah, right at the end it is. Or was it all of his decisions during the whole 3 sets? I don't know. It's not about Lou. All right, so GTII, what I was saying about GTII is Wes's efforts are paying dividends. And I understand it's making some market makers shake in their boots. That's number one. Number two, I think in GTII, Alpine is going to go down soon. Number three, I believe there is going to be a transaction that Alpine GTII announces soon. Does that mean tomorrow? Does that mean many weeks? I don't know. But it could just be that it's going to be the Trento deal. But I think it could be something else. That's the business GTII's in. And my fourth thing, without going on too long, is I think the shorts are having less and less of an impact to the downside. And I think this can reverse at any time. And we'll find out. That's GTII. On GoLogic, somebody just asked me about RCRT. RCRT. I'm trying to see what I can say. Well, so what GoLogic is doing is merging its fintech, the Southeast Asia, but also its fintech here, into our CRT. So you're going to have Logic go from one company to two. The recruiters.com, which is itself going to go into another, continue their business is going into another company. But recruiters.com will change the name to something they come up with. But that'll be all the fintech business of GoLogic. And then the GoLogic stays with Gamma Ray. So basically you have the fintech and the Gamma Ray. You have one right now at $1.50. You'll have two. That deal is going to be effective at some stated date. It'll close in the third or fourth quarter of this year. So there's lots of things that you have to get through by then. But each side of that, it's GoLogic now. It'll be Gamma Ray and let's call it FinTech. I don't know what the names will be. Each side of that, they're actively pursuing deals that Brent has talked about with you, but also other deals. He has a deal flow par excellence. Why? Because a lot of companies that have young people working, technologies, fintech and otherwise, have been growing, but the IPO market has just sort of left them by the wayside. Well, by merging with a larger company that's public, they can have access to liquidity. They can do the things that the market, that being public should allow, which is buy other assets, buy talent, and be able to grow using the currency of the stock, the value of the stock. Anyway, I think GoLogic, yesterday I was in the frame of mind that it maybe was a 3x from here at $1.50. Maybe it could go to $4.50 over the next few weeks / months. I'm starting to, after analyzing it, talking to other people that are close to the situation, I think that the upside could be more dramatic than that. Possibly double what I'm was projecting. So I think it's an exciting situation. And then of course with Logic, I didn't get a question on Logic, so I won't answer on it except to say I believe Logic from here is a 5x easily over the next 2 weeks to 2 months. And my targets are not advice, and they're not guaranteed. They're just projections. But I'm calling it as I see it, and I own shares in both. So. What if the Canadian wildfires were started by terrorists that came in through the Mexican border? I don't know. I'm trying to cause trouble. I see you guys have a much more interesting discussion going on. I don't want your PM. David Kursman, if I'm saying your name correctly, or maybe it's Kurman. I'll I'll tell you where I get I'll show you where I get the 300 million, and I don't make it up, but I'm not saying that I'm right, but I will admit that a lot of my use of that number comes because I rely on the expertise of Ham. And there's no question that our process is imperfect. The only person that could find out this data for sure, just like with MMTLP, no one knows if it's 1 billion shares or it's 500 million or 1.5 billion. All anyone knows, it's a massive problem. The only person that can clarify it is Goober Gary Gensler, Glib Gary Gensler, glad-handing Gary Gensler. But anyway, okay, Kurtzman, okay. In February 2021, a friend of Ham's called him up and said, "You're not going to believe it. We have a company here who took a deal with someone. We don't know the name yet. But the company has paid off the toxic convertible note. And the indications are from the company that they believe 50 million shares had been naked shorted or had been counterfeited during the existence of the note. I think it would have started before. So from November to February, one shorted 50 million shares at a nickel. On a nickel over there. What becomes of the little boys? On a nickel over there. So anyway, I'm going to call that 50 million. It might have only been 40 million, but it might have been 60 million. Do I have proof? No, but I heard it from more than one person. Could they have all heard it from the same source? That's always possible. But the premise for buying GTII when it was 40 cents was this massive short position. And the stock went to $4 based on that. So that was February of 2021. Let's just, for sake of argument, I won't use any of my own memory. We'll just go to the OTC short report. Now this is Finra data, but some people say you can't rely on it. And others say, this is interesting. Oh, there. Okay. All right. So I'm going to just take what's here. It could be high or low. This is the data, June 6th, historical short volume data, June 6th. Through May 8th. This is provided by Short Volume Report, Reg Show, all Reg Show data reported by Finra. Now, there are people that say this is unreliable. I don't know. But it's all we have. It's all we have to go by. So let me just add it up in my head. 3, 4, 5, 1, 2.5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this has been a slow month comparatively, but it's 7 million for the past month. Well, February of 21 to February of 22 to February of 23 is 24 months, plus from February it's March, April, May, 3 more months, so 27 months. I think this is going to be a low number, this is good. It's good to have a low number. 27 months times 7 million. It's a low number. But I'll tell you, there were months out there that it was 10 million a week. But anyway, let's use the low number. It comes up with 189. So if you don't mind, I will say it's 190. Just to keep it simple. Over those 27 months. So if you add that up, that's 240 million. And like I say, this is very low, I think, compared to what the numbers happened in November, October, September, even in December. There were months where they did 40 million in a month. But anyway, let's go with the low ones. So if you just take 240 million naked short, they just did a 10% dividend that the shorts are short. So that you have to add 24 million. If you will allow me, I'm going to call it 25 million. So I've exaggerated these numbers by 2 million shares just because it's simpler for me. So that gives you a grand total of 265 million short. Grand total. I think that's low. So my answer to is yes. I think it's 300 million or more. But even if it's 265, even if you take 265, even if you take the 265, remember it started at 50 million. That might have been 40 or it might have been 60. This 190 might be 300 itself. If you just take all of it out, of course, this is third-hand news, and it's therefore maybe rumor, but from Switzerland comes a client of Alpine, or at least a client of a broker in Utah, which is where Alpine does business. So that maybe it's some other hapless prime broker. They've called in to David Reichman 3 times to buy 19 million shares directly from the company. And they started doing that at approximately $3. approximately $2, and approximately $1.50. So Reichman turned down, approaching 60 million, approaching 40 million, approaching 30 million. Each time he turned down a lot of money. But the key is they called 3 times. The other key is it's Switzerland, where UBS just bought Credit Suisse. And the other thing, Alpine's going down. Liquidity's tightening up. If you just looked at the 19 million shares, ignore everything else. If they came in to buy, just call it 19 million shares. Just say it's 19 million shares. They came in to buy that. I'm pausing because I'm trying to think if they could barcode it somehow, like you see in some other stocks. But barcoding just delays the inevitable. I think if 19 million came and bought in, the stock could easily be $10, $20 in a heartbeat, and maybe off to the races much higher. So the sheer magnitude of 300 million, 350 million, it's powerful, and I think that's the number. But cut it in half, call it 150, cut that in half, call it 75, cut that in half, call it 3750. 20 to 40 million shares to buy back will have a massive impact when you take into account that simultaneously the selling disappears. If you have one prime broker, shady, how can I call them shady? Because Finra's expelled them. Alpine, accepting sell orders that are shady from the Kramers or the Kramers' racketeering friends. If Alpine is being bought in, Alpine's not accepting those orders anymore. So if you simultaneously say that 19 million shares has to be bought back in and the selling has disappeared because Alpine's not going to accept any more shady sales, maybe you would argue that somewhere someone else is going to short. Just look at it. If you follow Ham, the Lynn Partners put out a toxic note to Bragg at $10. BRG. Don't buy this stock. It's going to go to pennies if the Lynn Partners has anything to do with it. They want to get their money out, which means they're going to sell it down. But what Ham points out, everyone knows that Bragg took a toxic convertible note, toxic financing from the Lynn Partners. Why aren't other short sellers shorting it? Because other short sellers don't own the convertible note, the toxic financing. The Lynn Partners does. And so that's what's going to happen with GTII and Alpine. If Alpine goes down, if there's a buy-in at Alpine, and if we just look at the 19 million shares that the Swiss group clearly has an urgency to buy, whether it's because of their own volition or because regulators are telling them, who knows. But if the buying comes in simultaneously with Alpine no longer accepting sell orders, 19 million shares buying in could make the stock move tens of dollars, $50, $75. It's all you need. So anyway, yes, I believe it's 300 million. And I will say one other thing to you. There was a gentleman, I've never spoken to him. He was a Wall Street back office guy. I think his name was John. That's all I know. I could be wrong in my memory. But about a year and a half, he did a study on it with his own talents, and his own abilities. So this is not only third hand, I don't know who the guy is, and I'm relying on work I didn't see. But apparently he went back through the numbers of GTII when it was called Trade-Torn Treetop Tennis Industries, or whatever the name was, the previous name. And he did all the arithmetic, and he came back with a number of 400 million to 450 million short. The 50 would be including that original amount, but the 400 million existed prior. And when you take into account that the Kramers sell billions of shares, look at DBMM, look at GTLL, look at HPIL, their goal was to get GTI in pennies, and they were selling it 5 cents and lower. It makes some sense that there could be hundreds of millions of shares that were counterfeited when the company was called Trade-Torn Treetop Industries, or whatever the name was. So it's possible that the short position is really massive, and all those shares that have been sleeping like a sleeping dog, as soon as they get kicked, they're up and growling. Hey, Jenny L. I shouldn't talk, though. My voice is raspy as hell from years of screaming on the trading floor. Why was Avid saying the GTA $9 position probably covered the entire short for this stock? Pete the Greek, why was Avid saying the GTII $9 position probably covered the entire short position for the stock? That's not enough information for me to figure out what Avid said. I didn't hear what Avid said, but if you write some more, maybe here. Avid's voice is nails on. Oh no, that's about Avid's voice. That's just he's young. He's young. He hasn't had a time for his voice to mature into, or he just hasn't had enough coffee and enough whiskey. David Kurtzman, what did he say? Oh, I see, David. I didn't listen to that video from Avid, so maybe we can find it if it came out today. I think Avid Trader does a good job, and like I always tell my sister, I think I'm sincere. I think my sister, if she's not the smartest person I've ever known, she's in the top 2, top 3. But I always tell her that doesn't mean you're right, because I have to retain some dignity.
Today I'm going to give my thoughts and opinions on GTII moving forward. First, you don't mind smashing that like button, clicking subscribe if you haven't, also turning on those post notifications. I know many of you are getting no alerts for any of my videos, so please double check that. I would greatly appreciate it. Now, it's important to take a step back, have an unbiased view of not only GTII, but the market as a whole. Now, we don't want to get married to one outcome or the most ideal outcome. That's never safe, and again, ideals are peaceful, history is violent. When we look at GTII, we're aware that this is a shell company that doesn't have a real business, doesn't have any fundamentals. The only value that's created is from the shareholders. If there was no retail interest, the stock would be probably a penny or less. It'd have no value. Okay, now when we look at the markets as a whole, our equity markets, we know it's fraudstry, it's a casino, it's unfair, they protect the short sellers, all of these principles that are in place to, again, not support retail. So why are we going into stocks, and especially high-risk stocks like this, with the exact opposite mentality? That it's like everything's peaceful, everything's fair, and it's going to play out the exact way we want it.
All right, I'm going to interrupt there. To me, the way he's drawn this is a declining wedge. That's a bullish pattern. And two, he keeps talking about the market as a whole. And it makes me think of a joke my father used to, and my sister both used to ask me. But I'm thinking better of bringing it up in to such an august audience.
That's the wrong way to look at it, because we know that the market is the exact opposite. However, there are two outcomes. One is going to be, again, more pessimistic. That's going to upset some people. But again, I'm here to be open and share my views. The second is optimistic, which again, I'm more siding towards, which is option number 2. And we'll start with one. One is that this already squeezed, right? It went from 45 cents, which again is probably like 2,000%.
It didn't squeeze. He's wrong. But I'm not saying that's... He's trying to give the devil's advocate side. It didn't squeeze. But this is where...
Way to 897. Right? It's about 1,900%, give or take. Now, did it hit the numbers we want? No. Did anyone think it was going to stop at 9? No. But there was a lot of volatility that was nullified. Margin requirement was eased extremely significant once it came all the way down. And I do believe that this could be a similarity to AMC. In my head, I got involved with it. The stock was $35. It came all the way down to $1.90 and then went to $77. So same thing with GTI. It was all the way down at 40 cents. It went to $4.50, came all the way back down to 45 and went to 9. It nearly doubled the all-time high. So same thing with AMC, 35, 77, and then, from the all-time high, we thought it was going to go to 100, 200, or 300. Same thing with GTI. At 9, we thought it would go from 20 or 30 or 40, whatever, right? So it's very possible, and it's not an impossible outcome to say that that's the top. Do I believe that's the top? No. Do I think it's going to go to all-time highs or have another run again? Sure, I do. And I do think there's a lot of shares that are still have to be covered or the trades have to be settled. But to say that that's impossible to suggest that there's no way that could be an outcome, I think is ludicrous. And that's where a lot of these people lose me and they get upset and they say, oh, you're FUD, you're shill, you're all that. Whatever. You want me to kiss your ass and tell you what you want to hear just to make you happy?
Okay. So he's saying that it's possible that $9 is as high as it'll ever go and that's it, and that this is the entire run. Well, I mean, that's like, I mean, that is possible. Of course it is. But I like his chart here. And he has his way of drawing his lines. I should take a picture of it so I can look at it with you. Let's just look at the picture together for a second. I don't know why my phone doesn't tilt anymore. But here's the picture of it. And he's pointing out that right here it went up to 4, which it did, came back down, and then rallied almost to 9, and then came back down. And what's ironic, we've been talking about it all day. Somebody in here said, get the heck out of it, and it went, anyway. We've talked about that to complete boredom. No, it was here. That's where it happened, right here. That's not a great looking chart. It's not a great looking chart. But I don't think it's going to, well, of course anything can happen. Whatever this low is here, it's basically almost there. So that's probably, we're probably flitting around some lows. Doesn't mean it can't go lower. Also, the way he's drawn it's so big, but I agree with him, or you could do it in this smaller part, and that's called a declining wedge. When you look down here and you see lower volumes and you see the declining wedge, that sets up oftentimes a snapback rally in the stock. For example, look here. This you could have drawn a wedge, and then the next thing it breaks out and it goes massively higher. This you could have, I'm not good at drawing these things. You could have drawn somewhat of a more extreme wedge right there, and then it broke out. Well, if this breaks out, because it is a declining wedge. Now, the way he drew it, you'd have to break out up here. So we'll go with that. But because it's been, this is so hard to read. I think it's been 1, 2, 3, almost 4 months of decline. Look, he's much better at this than I am, much more sophisticated, and I actually do recommend you listen to him. But that's about an inch on this. If it breaks out, you can argue it'll go up an inch, the same amount, after the breakout, and that means all-time new highs. So that's how I choose to see this chart. But if you brought it to me and I didn't know any of the story, what would I say? I'd probably say it's too late to sell. I would probably see it's funny. I would probably draw a line here. I don't know. Let's see what he's saying since he's the technician.
Go find somebody else. There's hundreds of people that'll do that for you. That's not me. And I really do, again, value myself for being open-minded and not just, being a pumper, just one outcome, which everyone says. Now, the second one is that, again, like we mentioned before, there is still a high amount of shares short that need to be settled, right? That need to be covered. And I'm inclined to believe that that's the case. Now, when we take a look back, we know that there's been some rumors, right? We could choose to be optimistic or just call it BS. In some cases, I'm going to be optimistic because I know some shareholders that have a very large amount of stock, and they have told me personally that they've been contacted. They showed me emails from the brokerages sending, crazy amounts of percentages. This is real. Brokers were offering hundreds and hundreds of percent, 6-7 figures for them to lend out stock. So there's definitely something going on behind the scenes. Again, do I know the number? Do I know exactly how all this is operating? No, because I'm not a criminal. I don't know how they're
descending wedge. Yeah, descending wedge.
Having a prime brokerage in the Caymans. I don't know how that operates, but I do know that there's a rumor out of Utah for 19 million that was circulating at the beginning of the year. It went away. It came back again. I was told the CEO's wife was contacted in the hospital to buy a couple million shares of her stock. How are these people contacting shareholders? How are they getting this information? Why are they going through such extent to try and buy big blocks of GTII? No one's randomly buying GTI or wants millions of shares of this company. If they did, just go into the open market. But what they know is if you're a short seller, if you're someone that has to, again...
Let's stop for a minute. Poorly. Alpine was denied. Is that new news? Poorly? Poorly? Poorly. Do you mind if I call you Poorly? I know you do. You probably want to reach out and... My name is Paulie. It's not Poorly. Well, I say it with all respect. Let's come back to this. And I want to go to Big JR. Hey, Mike Dugan, let's look at what the Cardinals are doing. All you need is Lars Nootbaar. When Lars Nootbaar comes back and Tyler O'Neill, you'll start winning. But for some reason, your manager doesn't like Tyler O'Neill. But if Lars were back, you'd be all good. But Mike, the standing, let me look it up. The standings in the NL West, or Central, the Cardinals are in last place. But if you look at the games back, it's not that far. You can make that up. Your problem is Mikolos started poorly, and I don't think he's a number one. I think he's a number 3. But anyway, all right, let's get to Big JR. All right, but first I want to answer your question. I already forgot who was asking me. Auto rotate. All right, I'll do that. Thank you, John. Drag down from the top of your phone and auto rotate. Jenny L. Some people were saying that the amount of shares traded did not cover the naked shorts and the actual short. Somebody just said, I think it was Pete the Greek, but I can't find it. So if it's not Pete the Greek, oh, there it is. Pete the Greek, my point, Will. Do you think a lot of this was covered when it hit 9? And my quick answer is no, none. I don't think any was covered. 9 was buying from a lot of you guys and a lot of people I know. But I think also the fact that the what did they call it? All I can think of is stress test, but there was another term, deficiency. Anyway, that was in September of 2022. So no, I don't think there was that. I would guess there was very little buying back. There might have been small amounts, but I think it was very little buying back. And I really think none. All right, let's go see what Big JR says. Big JR. Oh, maybe Jenny just sent it to me. Jenny's the best. Jenny's the best because, hey, I look like I'm professional, but it's really Jenny L's hard work. Not my work. This is Jenny L's work. Judge said, yes, we will reconsider your asking for a temporary restraining order, preliminary injunction, but no, both are denied. And here's the 30 pages explaining why. Wanted to get it out. Jenny Rebecca, 4 days old. Here's Jenny Rebecca. She's the one that always tells me, get off the phone. Get off. All right. I wish I could read this from JR. That's the problem. There's no link. There's no link. There's no link. What's the case number? We could find the case number. Well, let me read what it says. If I have my glasses, which I actually think make my eyes worse, but it says, the risk of harm to the public from an alleged bad actor openly and repeatedly flouting a remedial cease and desist order issued by Finra panel allegedly thousands of times. Yay! That's what I always argue. Yay! At the expense of customers is significant and concrete compared to Alpine's interest in asserting constitutional claims that are all baloney against Finra that have an unlikelihood of, I would have said are not likely, but have an unlikelihood of success for the reasons already summarized. As such, the balance of equities and public interest disfavor any injunctive relief. In considering the four factors in total, while irreparable harm tips in Alpine's favor, the other factors strongly weigh against granting plaintiffs' request for equitable relief, and so such relief is inappropriate here. All right, I'm going to write down this case because maybe we can pull it up. So, conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, plaintiff's motion for reconsideration of minute order denying emergency preliminary injunction motion is granted, and plaintiff's renewed emergency motion for preliminary injunction and temporary restraining order is denied. An order consistent with this memorandum opinion will be entered contemporaneously. Let's see if we can find that order. Dated June 7, 2023. All right, let's go see if we can find it. Okay, so it'd be, I think, 23 dash CV dash 01506 dash BAH. Let's see if that works. I'm sure I did something wrong. I always do something wrong. But it hasn't said it. Oh, it said it's wrong. Superior, write it. Okay. Okay, let me try it a different way. CV. This is what I need Jenny to do, because Jenny knows what she's doing and I don't know what I'm doing. And 01506. Let's try that. Nothing. No, nothing. No records found. All right, so I wish Jenny would do this. Jenny, help. 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 Jenny, if you go to if you go to DC courts, you can look up the case number. I'm having no luck at it. But yeah, I know. I love that June Islip. Exactly. Their crack research team has already gotten this news, which we're taking as good, and they're saying, "Oh, that's bad news. We got to sell. We got to sell." Hey, Big JR's here. Hey, JR, how can I look it up? How can I download the case? Big JR, you did great work. That's the best news here. But I'm here trying to look up the case, and I'm typing in every combination of this CV01506, and I'm getting nowhere. GME took a 20% dump after hours. Are they taking Geritol now? Big JR is the best. She girl power. Well, from what I read, Big JR said. What I read that Big JR said is, let me go back to that. This is what I read that Big JR said. Judge said, yes, we will reconsider your asking for a temporary restraining order / preliminary injunction. But it's Twitter. You can't be exact here. But, no, both are denied. And here's 30 pages explaining why. I'd like to read that 30 pages, but I can't pull it up. I would print it out and we could go over it. But let me see. Jenny just sent me something. See, Jenny, there's the court case. See? And I'm having no luck getting it. I'm just having no luck. And you don't need Pacer to get DC court documents. They're having a much more interesting conversation about cars than this. But Big JR, I think, and Jenny and everyone else interested in GTII, I think what this means, and I'm sure Big JR has read the document and probably has a better understanding. And I'm not a lawyer. But I think what will happen is Alpine's attorneys are going to try to file something by midnight tonight asking for something else. What could that be? an appeal. All I can think is they would appeal it, and that might stall everything. So, not being a lawyer and not being able to read the document, I'm going to assume that Alpine's attorneys will ask for an appeal of some kind. But maybe I'm wrong. If they don't, I think tomorrow Finra will. This was a stay on Finra's original order. And I think stay's self-explanatory, but I'm not a lawyer. But I think stay is a, take it for what it means. On March 24th, this is from Finra. On March 24th, Finra announced today, this is a year ago, 2022, Finra announced today that Finra extended a hearing panel has expelled Salt Lake City-based broker-dealer Alpine Securities from Finra management. Hang on. Relax, everyone. So that was somebody calling asking me about it. I thought they would have information, but he said it's coming. We know it's coming. And all I can say to that is, everybody's got it coming, kid. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get information for you guys. Look, the way I see this is the judge denied injunctive relief. The lawyers were asking for injunctive relief on behalf of Alpine. That is, to use another word, a stay of Finra's order to expel Alpine on March 24th of 2022. Finally, a judge that matters, or the time ran out on all the different delays, and they said no. So that means when the stay is lifted or the injunctive relief is denied, you go back to the original order, and the original order was FINRA has expelled Salt Lake City-based broker-dealer Alpine Securities Corp. From FINRA membership. So my guess is, unless, and this is what I'm worried about, Alpine's attorneys file for an appeal or file some baloney, you didn't let us wipe our butt as we came into court, and we had to come in constipated, so we didn't have a chance to make our best argument. Some objection that makes no sense. Unless that happens, I think tomorrow FINRA is going to expel Alpine, because they already did. I think once you lift the relief, the original order stays in effect. I think it's good news for GTII, unless they have yet one more stalling tactic. Spiny Newman is always so colorful in his... A 73 MG. I used to own a Triumph, and my friend owned MGs, and I owned a Fiat Spider. They all are a nightmare. Okay, here's Will. Their Wells notice was issued May 8th. 30-day grace period to cross-examine the findings. Wells notice is a judgment. The question I have, Will, does the Wells notice parallel I don't see in here that FINRA said, we're expelling you, but if you fix this, this, or this, we won't. It says here, they have expelled. So I think the Wells order and the expulsion are two different things. But hey, Big JR, thank you very much, Big JR. Anybody read lips? We've all got it coming, kid. Killing a man is a hell of a thing. You take away everything he's had and everything he's gonna have. All right. I'm gonna see if I can print this out. I'm going to print it out if I can. It's a lot of pages. Are you sure that I have to print this out? Are you sure? Are you sure I have to print this out? It's only one page, Jenny? Well, I'll print that one page. Maybe I have to do it. Maybe I have to download it. Options. PDF. Done. Open it. All right, relax, everyone. says sign in. Why do I have to sign in? What do I am signing into? All right, I'll continue with Google. I'll continue to pretend. What's new? What a nightmare. Why did Steve Jobs and Eliason not get along? It makes it so difficult. All right, let me see. Let me try printing it again. It's only giving me one page. Let me go see. It might have printed more than one page. I'll be right back. It only printed out one page. I don't know how to make it go from... I have Adobe, but I wonder if I'm signed in. Connect an account. Export. Well, anyway, I can read the one page to start with. It says, Scottsdale Capital Advisors and Alpine Securities versus Finra. Judge Burl A. Howell. Plaintiffs Scottsdale Capital Advisors, SCA, and Alpine Securities, Alpine, originally filed suit in the Middle District of Florida, asserting several constitutional challenges in the operation and structure of Finra, a private corporation responsible for regulating broker-dealers in the securities industry. As litigation proceeded in that case, Finra expedited an enforcement action against Alpine, alleging that this company committed thousands of violations of a permanent Finra order to cease and desist certain conduct which conduct required Alpine's immediate expulsion from Finra membership and thus the securities industry. Alpine coins that punishment Hello? Hello? Yes? But it's only printing the first page of 30. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I'll do that right now. She's the best. Jenny, Rebecca is the best. All right, thank you. I'll do it. I'll print it out right now. All right, bye. See? Did I tell you how great I am? I'm doing all this work. Without me, you could never find this information out. Jenny and Big JR are doing all this. Ah, perfect. We're going to print this out. Of course, it just says it's 4 pages now, Jenny. That's weird. It's only 4 pages. I thought it was 30 pages. But all right, I'm going to print it out. And we'll go get it. Maybe there's more than one that she sent me. Let me see. Maybe it is only 4 pages. Nag. All right, I'm going to go get it because I can hear it printing. All right, Jenny. That is great. That is great. It's only 4 pages, so maybe that's all there is. So here's the case. Big JR got it. Sent it to Jenny, and Jenny sent it to me to print out. So I'm just the... hang on, everybody. Well, Wall Street Journal just put out a story on MMTLP. Hello?
It's me again. Okay. It's 30 pages. This is one of 30 pages. So I re
Okay. I'm eating some cherries. Okay. Uh, okay, I'll get the 30 pages, but I can read this part first. The 4. Yep. The other one? Okay. Okay. I will. I'll do it. I'll do it. Yes. Yes, mother. All right. All right, she sent me the 30 pages. She sent me the 30 pages. All right, let's just read this while that's coming up because it's taking a while. So this says plaintiffs, the Hurry family. Wow, this is different. So it's the Hurry Family Revocable Trust, Scottsdale Capital Advisors Corporation, and Alpine Securities Corporation plaintiff versus Christopher Frankel defendant. All right, and then I'm going to print the 30 pages while I'm going through this. This might be something different. All right. This is going to be a good night, I think. This is about attorney's fees. So I'm not going to read this because I don't think it's that interesting. I'll wait till the 30 pages print out, and I'm going to show you something. I don't have a way of. I don't subscribe to the Wall Street Journal. But this is the tweet. Here it is. I can't get this. This is the Wall Street Journal. How the stock ticker MMTLP became an anti-Wall Street rallying cry. Thousands of investors made an ill-fated bet on the over-the-counter securities that were highly touted on social media and represented a claim on a small Texas energy company with no proven oil. And then there it stops. This is a hit piece, I think, but I'd like to read it. Yeah, I'm printing the other one out, Jenny. Moody Waters. It is a brutal hit piece against John, us, and MMTLP. Judge Sharon. Judge stated the balance of equities and public interest disfavor any injunctive relief. I know. Let me go get it. All right. This, right now, this bit of the tape is dedicated to Big JR, Mr. Jenny L, and Jenny L. Okay. Here, I'll show it to you just so we see what it is. Scottsdale Capital Advisors Corporation and Alpine Securities versus Financial Industry, Finra, Judge Beryl A. Howell. So I'm going to read it. This just came out, and I thank Big JR, and I thank Jenny, and I thank Lucky. Okay. Memorandum Opinion. Plaintiff Scottsdale Capital Advisors, Alpine, originally filed suit in the Middle District of Florida, asserting several constitutional challenges to the operation and structure of the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, FINRA, a private corporation responsible for regulating broker-dealers in the securities industry. As litigation proceeded in that case, FINRA expedited an enforcement action against Alpine, alleging that this company committed thousands of violations of a permanent FINRA order to cease and desist. Committed thousands of violations of a permanent FINRA order to cease and desist certain conduct, which conduct required Alpine's immediate expulsion from FINRA's membership and thus the securities industry. Alpine coins that punishment, quote unquote, the corporate death penalty, given that such expulsion would necessitate a complete closure of Alpine's business and operations. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. And then it quotes something. I mean, it cites some case. All right. Weeks before the expedited enforcement action schedule hearing before FINRA, Alpine sought an emergency preliminary injunction from the district court in the Middle District of Florida, seeking to halt the expedited enforcement proceeding pending resolution of Alpine's constitutional challenges. You gotta laugh. After briefing and oral argument on the motion, however, the case was transferred to this court for resolution, only 2 business days before the FINRA hearing. The day before the scheduled hearing, Alpine then renewed its emergency motion seeking a preliminary injunction or temporary restraining order, a TRO. Alpine also seeks reconsideration of an earlier court order of this court denying its original emergency motion as filed in the Middle District of Florida. Upon consideration of Alpine's 2 pending motions, extensive briefing, oral argument, and the entire record herein, Alpine's motion for reconsideration is granted, and its emergency motion for a preliminary injunction is, or TRO, is denied. So let's read that again. Upon consideration of Alpine's 2 pending motions, extensive briefing, oral argument, and the entire record herein, Alpine's motion for reconsideration is granted, and its emergency motion for a preliminary injunction or TRO is denied. So let's okay, so Alpine renewed its emergency motion seeking a preliminary injunction or TRO. Also, Alpine seeks reconsideration of an earlier order of this court denying its original emergency motion as filed in the Middle District of Florida. So she's giving she's granting Alpine's motion for reconsideration of an earlier court order denying its original emergency motion. All right, let's keep reading. Background 1. Legal landscape. The Securities Act of 1934, as amended in 1938, created a complex statutory regime of cooperative self-regulation of so-called over-the-counter securities markets. See United States versus NASD 1975. That scheme permits private entities known as self-regulatory organizations to perform a supervisory role over the securities industry, subject to oversight from the Securities and Exchange Commission. See 15 U.S. Code 78, describing the SEC's oversight role over SROs. Brokers and dealers transacting in the securities industry may not do so without registering with the SEC and joining a national securities or association. See ID 78O, whatever, see a case. The only national securities association currently registered with the SEC is the defendant Finra. See another reference. Finra is a Delaware not-for-profit corporation, an SEC-registered National Securities Association that conducts business in the District of Columbia. Following its formation from a 2007 consolidation between its predecessor, the National Association of Securities Dealers, and the enforcement arm of the New York Stock Exchange, NYSE, reference to something else. Finra is governed by a board of 22 members comprised of industry and non-industry members, and Finra's chief executive officer, which board oversees the organization's management and administration. See something else. Board members are selected by Finra's members and are removable only by a majority of vote of Finra's board or, quote, in very limited and specific circumstances, the SEC, unquote. and thus no board member or CEO is appointed by the SEC, the U.S. President, Congress, or any other governmental body. Refers to something else. At the next level of management, FINRA executives are appointed and removed by the board with no involvement by the SEC or any other governmental or official or body. FINRA's funding is derived almost exclusively through membership fees as well as fines, penalties, and sanctions, with its budget set, quote, without any constraint or legislative cap, unquote, because FINRA receives no government funding. There's a footnote, but it doesn't help by reading it. FINRA's supervisory duties over its membership, including roughly 3,400 brokerage firms, 150,000 branch offices, 610,000 individual registered securities representatives, is varied. While FINRA promulgates its own rules and standards and enforces compliance with those rules through administering sanctions and barring individuals from FINRA membership, this supervisory authority is subject to the SEC's oversight and control. It quotes a case. For instance, the SEC may limit FINRA's operations or registration if FINRA violates a statute or SEC regulation. Suspension or revocation of that registration is subject to the SEC's opinion that such an action, quote, is necessary or appropriate in the public interest for the protection of investors or otherwise in furtherance of the purposes of the Exchange Act. The SEC also reviews and approves rules proposed by FINRA, with SEC approval a prerequisite for the majority of such rules. At any time and as, quote, deemed necessary, or, there's a footnote, it's not worth reading. At any time and as deemed necessary or appropriate, the SEC may also, quote, abrogate, add to, and delete from any FINRA rule to, quote, ensure the fair administration of the self-regulatory organization to conform its rules to the requirements of the Exchange Act and the rules and regulations thereunder applicable to such organization or otherwise in furtherance of the purposes of the Act. 3. FINRA's enforcement regime. Enforcement proceedings result from FINRA's investigation into alleged misconduct by its members, and such investigations are done at FINRA's discretion without any influence from the SEC or branch of government. In fact, quote, involvement by SEC commissioners in this onerous and impactful process occurs only when, and if, a target of an investigation survives the investigation, prosecution, and internal appeal process, unquote. FINRA takes enforcement action against individuals or entities that violate a FINRA rule, SEC regulation, or statutory provision. Enforcement proceedings begin with FINRA filing a complaint against a targeted entity, providing notice to that entity of the specific charges. A Finra hearing panel then conducts an evidentiary hearing in which the entity may present arguments over multiple days. The panel then issues a statement of decision with the findings. An aggrieved party may appeal that decision to Finra's National Adjudicatory Council, which, quote, may affirm, dismiss, modify, or reverse with respect to each finding, unquote. The NAC, which is the National Adjudicatory Council, may also review the panel decision sua sponte. I don't know what that means, sua sponte. I guess it means they can just do it if they want to. Such an appeal operates as a stay of the panel's decision pending the National Adjudication Council's decision. A NAC decision may then be appealed to the SEC, which conducts de novo review. I don't know what de novo, a new review, and may consider evidence not previously considered by Finra. Final decisions by the SEC are subject to review by a federal appellate court with the filing of a petition by the aggrieved party. But Finra itself may not seek judicial review of an SEC decision contrary to a Finra ruling. Okay. B. Finra's enforcement action against the plaintiff. Plaintiffs, in this case, are broker-dealers and registered Finra members, both owned by the same parent holding company. As early as 2019, Finra received complaints from customers of Alpine alleging that the firm charged a significant monthly account fee. On March 22, 2022, a Finra panel found that Alpine, quote, converted and misused customers' funds and securities, engaged in unauthorized trading, charged and paid customers unfair prices in securities transactions, charged customers unreasonable and discriminatory fees, and made unauthorized capital withdrawal, unquote. For Alpine's violations, the panel ordered Alpine's expulsion from Finra's membership, comma, payment of restitution in amount exceeding $4 million, comma, and a, quote, permanent cease and desist order, unquote. Alpine then appealed that panel decision to the NAC, which appeal had the effect of staying the expulsion and restitution sanctions, but the, quote, permanent cease and desist order, unquote, took immediate effect. In accordance with the explicit use of this term in the panel decision and governing Finra rules. And they quote that in a case. It says, quote, any such appeal, however, will not stay a decision or that part of a decision that imposes a permanent cease and desist order. So they stayed the expulsion, but not the cease and desist. During the pendency of the NAC appeal, Finra discovered, during the pendency of the NAC appeal, Finra discovered that Alpine failed to comply with the permanent cease and desist order that had not been stayed pending Alpine's appeal to the NAC. This is a class act. This Alpine group, a class act. You can't buy class like this. After a months-long investigation, Finra determined that Alpine violated the cease and desist order, quote, listen to this, more than 35,000 times. After a months-long investigation, Finra determined that Alpine violated the cease and desist order more than 35,000 times. That's 35,000 strikes and you're out. If you're a white collar broker dealer, 35,000 strikes and then you're out. Nobody gets away with 35,001 violations in Gary Gensler's regime. 35,000, okay, but not 35,001 times. Alpine violated the cease and desist order, quote, more than 35,000 times by charging customers millions of dollars in unreasonable, unfair, and unlawful fees and commissions. Notably, Alpine does not contest that position. Alpine does not contest that position, but rather counters that its actions were not improper. As a result, on April 19, 2023, Finra initiated an expedited enforcement proceeding to expel Alpine from Finra membership. And stop its continued improper conduct, a punishment characterized by plaintiffs as, quote, the plaintiffs being Alpine, as, quote, the corporate death penalty. Oh. They help in the death of company after company after company. But when it comes to themselves, boo-hoo-hoo. The enforcement proceeding was scheduled for May 31, 2023. May 31, 2023. The enforcement proceeding was scheduled for May 31, 2023. As a result, on April 19, 2023, Finra initiated an expedited enforcement proceeding to expel Alpine from Finra membership and stop its continued improper conduct, a punishment characterized by plaintiffs as, quote, the corporate death penalty. The enforcement proceeding was scheduled for May 31, 2023. At a hearing before this court held on June 1, 2023, Alpine disclosed that the Finra hearing officer postponed the enforcement proceeding until June 5, 2023, pending resolution of Alpine's motion for equitable relief as described. See, Procedural history in federal court. Plaintiffs, Alpine, filed their initial complaint in the Middle District of Florida on October 12, 2022. So they were expelled in March of 2022. They filed their initial complaint October 12, 2022. And remember, the stock was going up from September, October, and November. Maybe it's this October 22nd complaint filing that stopped the short squeeze, and it wasn't Lou. Who knows? Plaintiffs filed their initial complaint in the Middle District of Florida on October 12, 2022, then amended that complaint on February 3, 2023. The government intervened on February 6, 2023. See Notice of Intervention by the United States of America. Shortly before Finra moved to dismiss the first amended complaint on March 10, 2023. With the government's support. See Finra's motion to dismiss. Before Finra's dismissal motion was fully briefed, the Supreme Court issued Axon Enterprise Inc., which plaintiffs now claim is relevant to the relief they seek in their complaint, and they would, of course. 5 days after the court case Axon's issuance, Finra initiated the enforcement proceeding against Alpine on April 19, 2023. Plaintiffs quickly filed the operative second amended complaint on April 28, 2023. In response to Axon, and then approximately a week later, Alpine filed an emergency motion for a preliminary injunction on May 9, 2023, seeking to halt the enforcement proceeding, then scheduled for May 31, 2023. The assigned judge in the Middle District of Florida held a 3-hour-long hearing on the motion on May 22, 2023, and then, 2 days later, ordered the transfer of this case to this court. That transfer took effect at approximately noon on Friday, May 26, 2023, 2 business days before the scheduled enforcement hearing. Upon being assigned this case, this court, upon being assigned this case, this court denied without prejudice Alpine's emergency motion for preliminary injunction and Finra's motion to dismiss, because the materials filed relied on out-of-circuit, non-binding case law, mostly from the 5th and 11th Circuits, that was unfit for consideration of such extraordinary equitable relief on a truncated timeline. The parties were directed to propose a briefing schedule by the next business day, Tuesday, May 30, 2023. On May 30, 2023, Alpine moved for reconsideration of the order denying, without prejudice, its emergency preliminary injunction, ECF number 65, as well as renewed its emergency motion for a preliminary injunction and temporary restraining order ECF number 66, prompting entry of a highly expediting briefing schedule for briefing to be completed by 9 p.m. on May 30, 2023. It cites a bunch of things there. It's still citing and citing. There's a bunch of citing, and I'll just start in the middle of the sentence because I can't find the beginning of the sentence. And a hearing scheduled for May 31, 2023, which at the party's request was postponed until June 1, 2023. Okay, at the hearing, the parties were directed to submit any supplemental briefs regarding the consequences should Finra be deemed a state actor, as the plaintiffs urged, and the validity of the plaintiffs' First Amendment claims. Following submission of those memoranda, in response to the court's June 1, 2023 order, plaintiffs' motions are now ripe for consideration. 2. Legal standard, Roman numeral 2. A temporary restraining order is, quote, an extraordinary remedy that should be granted only when the party seeking the relief, by a clear showing, carries the burden of persuasion, unquote. Coble versus Norton. An application for a TRO is analyzed using the same factors applicable to a request for preliminary injunction relief. Applying the preliminary injunction standard to a district court decision denying a motion for TRO and preliminary injunction. Sorry, it's not that clear. Preliminary injunctive release is similarly an extraordinary remedy that may only be awarded upon a clear showing that the plaintiff is entitled to such relief. Shirley, don't call me Shirley, versus Sibelius. Preliminary injunction is an extraordinary and a drastic remedy, one that should not be granted unless the movant, by a clear showing, carries the burden of persuasion. A plaintiff seeking preliminary injunctive relief must establish the following 4 factors: that he likely is to succeed on the merits, that he is likely to suffer irreparable harm in the absence of preliminary relief, and that the balance of equities tip in his favor, and that an injunction is in the public interest. The balance of equities and public interest factors merge when the government is the opposing party. When seeking such relief, the movement has the burden to show that all 4 factors taken together weigh in favor of the injunction. Preliminary injunction relief injunctive relief, and TROs are not remedies awarded as of right, but as a matter of equitable discretion. A preliminary injunction does not even follow as a matter of course from a plaintiff's showing of a likelihood of success on the merits. Rather, a court must be persuaded as to all four factors. Moreover, a party requesting a preliminary injunction must generally show reasonable diligence. 3 Roman numeral discussion. While the focus of the pending motion for injunctive relief is to stall the pending enforcement proceeding against Alpine, plaintiff's complaint is far more sweeping to challenge the, quote, unconstitutional operation and structure of Finra, unquote. Specifically, plaintiffs lodge 6 claims against Finra. 1, that, quote, Finra's wide-ranging exercise of executive power is immune from presidential supervision or control, unquote, namely that Finra's board, quote, are afforded multi-level protection from removal, thus impeding the president's ability to oversee the officers executing the laws of the United States in violation of the Constitution's separation of powers. 2, that Finra board members are, quote, officers of the United States whose appointments must comply with the Appointments Clause of the United States Constitution and presently do not. 3, that the Exchange Act, quote, improperly and unconstitutionally delegates legislative power to Finra outside the legislative branch, unquote, regardless of whether this entity functions as a state actor or a private entity. 4, that the Exchange Act's requirement that firms, quote, join Finra violates plaintiff's First Amendment right not to associate, unquote. 5, that, quote, Finra's disciplinary proceedings are biased, secretive, part of the patriarchy, and I added that, and fail to implement rules that maintain the integrity of the proceedings in violation of due process clause of the Fifth Amendment. And 6, that, quote, broker-dealers are not afforded the right to a trial by jury, unquote, during Finra proceedings in violation of the Seventh Amendment. Upon review of multiple papers filed by all parties and consideration of the arguments presented at the June 1, 2023 hearing before this court, plaintiff's motion for reconsideration is granted. Plaintiff's motion, Alpine's motion for reconsideration is granted. As refiled, plaintiff's motion for preliminary injunction and TRO properly cites binding law of this circuit and correctly cues the issues for this court's consideration. Alpine has, however, failed to show a likelihood of success on the merits of plaintiffs' Alpine's claims because Finra is likely not a state actor, it's dark here, obviating all but one of plaintiffs' constitutional claims, and their surviving First Amendment claim likely lacks merit. Plaintiffs also likely do not assert a viable non-delegation doctrine claim. In reality, plaintiffs offer a multitude of critiques of Finra throughout their complaint as disgruntled members of Finra. However, those criticisms fall short, far short, of amounting to likely sustainable constitutional challenges to the structure and processes of Finra. While, if expelled from Finra, Alpine is sure to suffer from the forced closure of its business, such irreparable harm was of Alpine's own making. There we go. If expelled from Finra, Alpine is sure to suffer the forced closure of its business. Such irreparable harm was of Alpine's own making by apparently viewing the permanent cease and desist order issued as part of the March 2022 panel decision as stayed pending appeal. Well, there you go. Can't buy arrogance like that. See SAC 8 through 1, acknowledging that that the enforcement proceeding is, quote, based on Alpine's alleged failure to comply with an order contained in an initial hearing panel decision that was issued in a prior lengthy Finra action, unquote, but arguing, quote, however, such decision does not become final or effective unless and until it is affirmed by Finra's appellate tribunal, the NAC. And that has not occurred, and no NAC decision has been issued, unquote. Ignoring the immediate effectiveness of a permanent cease and desist order due to the operation of an explicit Finra rule see March 2022 panel decision using the term permanent cease and desist order. Finra Rule 9311B is notable context in assessing the irreparable harm claimed by Alpine. Further, given Alpine's unlikelihood of success in urging novel constitutional attacks on Finra's structure and operation, reliance on the here and now injury of being subject to the enforcement proceeding as defined by Axon simply is insufficient to justify the extraordinary equitable relief requested. This conclusion is confirmed in assessing the balance of equities, which falls heavily in defendants' favor, Finra, because the harm of permitting Alpine to continue its allegedly knowing violation of Finra rules to the detriment of its customers, the security interest, and the public must be given great weight. Having failed on all factors for injunctive relief, as described below, Alpine's motion is denied. A. likelihood of success on the merits. Plaintiffs' separations of powers, appointments clause, Fifth Amendment, and Seventh Amendment claims are unlikely to succeed because FINRA is most likely not a state actor. That aside, as either a public or private entity, FINRA's structure and processes also likely do not violate the private non-delegation doctrine. Finally, plaintiff's First Amendment claim is likely to fail because a compelling interest supports the Exchange Act's FINRA membership mandate and supersedes plaintiff's right to expressive association. Thus, plaintiff's claims are unlikely to succeed on the merits. 1. FINRA is not a state actor. Quote, as a matter of substantive constitutional law, the state action requirements reflects judicial recognition of the fact that, quote, most rights secured by the Constitution are protected only against infringement by governments, double unquote. That said, the Supreme Court has held, quote, many times that actions of private entities can sometimes be regarded as governmental action for constitutional purposes. Whether an entity is a state actor is largely a, quote, fact-bound inquiry. While the Supreme Court, quote, has articulated a number of different factors or tests in different contexts, unquote, to determine state action, some key considerations remain consistent. From the range of circumstances that could point toward the state behind an individual face, no one fact can function as a necessary condition across the board for finding state action, nor is any set of circumstances absolutely sufficient. A court must consider if, quote, there is such a close nexus between the state and the challenged action that seemingly private behavior may be fairly treated as that of the state itself. The inquiry must be whether there is a sufficiently close nexus between the state and the challenged action of the regulatory entity so that the action of the latter may be fairly treated as that of the state itself. Determining a sufficient nexus involves assessing, among other things, the government's exercise of coercive power, which has been described variously as the government's provision of significant encouragement, either overt or covert, and the degree of government control over the entity, as well as the private entity's willful participation in a joint activity with the government, including the extent to which a private function is delegated to a private entity, and how entwined with government policies the private entity is, or the degree to which the government is entwined in the private entity's management or control. An earlier Supreme Court decision also relied on two considerations for state action. One, whether the private entity acted pursuant to, quote, some right or privilege created by the state or by a rule of conduct imposed by the state or by a person from whom the state is responsible. And two, whether the actor is quote, a person who may fairly be said to be a state actor or state official, an individual working with a state official, or an individual whose conduct is otherwise chargeable to the state. Employing all of these considerations to the facts at hand, plaintiff has not proven the likelihood that Finra is a state actor. First, the facts of Finra's creation, operation, and oversight structure do not indicate state actor status. Finra is a private organization incorporated under the laws of Delaware. Neither an act of Congress nor the SEC created Finra. No such government entity funds Finra, nor plays any role in the selection of its board members or officers, and those individuals are in no way characterized as governmental officers. Finra is a Finra is self-governing. It creates its own rules and standards, including the setting of salaries of its officers and penalty amounts unilaterally. Finra also aims to perform functions that are neither contemplated nor shared by the SEC, including, to name a few, administering broker qualifications examinations, conducting inspections of broker-dealers, and enforcing compliance with professional industry standards, as well as Finra's own rules and regulations. In Finra's adjudicative capacity, this SRO alone determines which cases to investigate and when to file a complaint, and any decision that Finra makes is not binding on the SEC in any subsequent review by this federal agency. In fact, any review by the SEC is de novo. I don't know what it means. And the agency may consider evidence not previously considered by Finra or the NAC. In essence, Finra is an independent body that assists the SEC by funneling referrals to the federal enforcement agency using rules and procedures approved by the SEC as sufficient to make the assistance helpful. Such Finra functions do not amount to the organization's entwinement with the SEC. Second, plaintiff concedes that no court has yet to hold that Finra is a state actor. And they quote a case that says the court, quote, I haven't found any case that's held that Finra is a state actor, or any case that's found either the New York Stock Exchange, which is another SRO, or the NASAD, the predecessors of Finra, were state actors. Are there any such cases? Plaintiff's counsel, there is not, to my knowledge, such a case. So plaintiff's counsel also agrees. Rather, a multitude of courts nationwide have held to the contrary, that Finra is a private entity wholly separate from the SEC or any other governmental agency. The D.C. Circuit is notably not among those courts to have opined on this question. Consequently, both parties attempt to read between the lines of existing circuit precedent discussing FINRA and its predecessor NASD as controlling, if not persuasive, authority in considering this question. That exercise, while not fruitless, is also neither particularly helpful nor binding. The DC Circuit has not provided clear direction and has most recently passed on the opportunity to do so. Third, policy considerations militate strongly against accepting Alpine's invitation to make the first judicial determination that FINRA is a state actor. If FINRA were deemed a state actor, the ramifications would be significant and far-reaching, or in FINRA's words, would cause a, quote, seismic shift in state action jurisprudence. Not only would Alpine be free to continue to conduct FINRA previously found, I used the wrong pronunciation of that word. Not only would Alpine be free to continue conduct FINRA previously found harmful to Alpine's customers, absent an immediate enforcement action, a finding that FINRA is a state actor would undermine Congress's express intent to establish a private self-regulatory system in the securities industry. Relatedly, FINRA would be exposed to constitutional and administrative challenges from which Congress specifically sought to insulate FINRA. Finally, such a finding would significantly impact the SEC's oversight of FINRA, which is far more active in regulating aspects of the securities industry, if you say so, that the SEC currently does not touch, resulting in a potentially drastic increase to the SEC's workload. Anything would be a drastic increase on the SEC's workload. Although plaintiff attempts to paint the relief it now requests as narrow, the operative complaint states otherwise and asks for significant remedy that would declare, quote, that FINRA is a state actor obligated to respect the rights guaranteed by the United States Constitution, unquote, and that, quote, FINRA is presently constituted and operating in a manner that violates the Constitution, unquote. In vigorously urging that FINRA be deemed a state actor, plaintiffs make one thing crystal clear, that they're really big jerks. No. In vigorously urging that FINRA be deemed a state actor, plaintiffs make one thing crystal clear. Plaintiffs are disgruntled members of FINRA. Because they're outlaws. All outlaws are disgruntled. And then they list some of those. Unfortunately for plaintiffs, however, their present challenge is not an effective way to file, let alone remedy, their grievances against FINRA. For instance, the relief they request Now I can read it again. The relief they request would not cure all the deficiencies enumerated in their complaint. Declaring Finra to be a state actor would not necessarily result in restructuring Finra's board, its executive compensation structure, or its allegedly retaliatory motives against the microcap industry. God, these guys have BALLSs. Scottsdale attempted to assert some of these claims against Finra in 2019, but the district court dismissed the suit for lack of subject matter jurisdiction, and the D.C. Circuit affirmed that judgment after finding that SEC's breach of contract claim required administrative exhaustion prior to judicial review. Plaintiffs may not now try to repackage those grievances as constitutional claims to obtain judicial review under the Supreme Court's recent Axon decision. Since Finra is unlikely to be a state actor, plaintiffs' separation of powers, appointment clause, Fifth Amendment, and Seventh Amendment claims are also likely foreclosed. 2. Finra does not violate the private non-delegation doctrine. Pleaded in the alternative, plaintiffs argue that the Exchange Act, quote, improperly, the Act's 90 years old, improperly and unconstitutionally delegates legislative power to an entity outside of the legislative branch. Alpine's motion for injunctive relief then focused on Finra's alleged violation of the private non-delegation doctrine, arguing that, quote, Congress and the SEC have managed to delegate and outsource enforcement of federal securities law to a private entity that can ignore federal constitutional rights, unquote. Defendants counter that no such violation is present because, quote, Finra functions subordinately, unquote, to the SEC, which maintains, quote, authority and surveillance over Finra's activities, unquote. Defendants, again, are likely correct. Quote, federal agencies may not subdelegate their decision-making authority to outside entities, private or sovereign, absent affirmative evidence of authority to do so, unquote. Aside from it's dark and I'm not reading well. Aside from explicit statutory authority, an agency delegation to a private entity is valid if the agency exercises, quote, authority and surveillance over the private actor and, quote, lawmaking remains in the hands of the agency and is not entrusted to the industry, unquote. Congress intended that SROs like Finra would fulfill a supervisory role over the securities industry. Yet SRO's authority is subordinate to the SEC's ultimate control and oversight. The SEC may suspend or revoke Finra's registration if, quote, necessary or appropriate in the public interest for the protection of investors or otherwise in furtherance of the purposes of the Exchange Act, unquote. While Finra promulgates its own rules and standards for professional conduct, those rules are reviewed and approved by the SEC with very limited exceptions. Although Finra may take the first step in investigating and disciplining an entity for violation of its rules, an SEC regulation or statutory provision any adjudication by Finra is subject to de novo and sua sponte reviews by the SEC. I hope those things aren't contagious. Any adjudication by Finra is subject to de novo and sua sponte review by the SEC. Such structure has resulted in a finding that federal securities laws do not amount to an unconstitutional delegation by every court to consider the issue. This court sees no reason to depart from those findings, and as such holds that the plaintiff's private non-delegation doctrine claim is unlikely to succeed on its merits. 3. Plaintiff's First Amendment claim lacks merit. Finally, plaintiffs challenge broker-dealers' forced association with Finra, quote, in order to engage in their chosen profession, unquote. Their profession of criminally... Anyway, defendants argue that the Exchange Act's requirement that registered broker-dealers join Finra, quote, does not alone implicate any First Amendment right, and that because, quote, plaintiffs do not assert any expressive purpose for which they wish to avoid association with Finra, unquote, plaintiff's First Amendment claim must fail. Again, defendants' arguments have a substantial likelihood of prevailing. Certainly, the First Amendment protection of freedom of speech also extends to protect, quote, the right to eschew association for expressive purposes, unquote. Freedom of expressive association, however, is not absolute. Rather, the Supreme Court has held that a regulation may override that right when it, quote, serves compelling state interests unrelated to the suppression of ideas that cannot be achieved through means significantly less restrictive of associational freedoms. Finra articulates a significantly compelling interest embodied in the Exchange Act to justify mandatory Finra membership in permitting securities industry regulation through SROs. Congress intended those entities to, quote, prevent fraudulent and manipulative acts and practices, comma, promote just and equitable principles of trade, comma, foster cooperation and coordination among all industry players, comma, remove impediments to and perfect the mechanism of a free and open market and a national market system, and in general to protect investors and the public interest. Mandatory Finra membership functions accordingly to ensure that broker-dealers transacting in the securities space all adhere to the same set of professional and industry standards to protect both actual and prospective security purchasers. For instance, Finra sets, quote, record-keeping and recording obligations, fiduciary duties, and special anti-fraud rules. as well as conducts professional training to assure industry participants that those transacting in this space are financially capable of doing so in accordance with regulatory standards and in pursuit of fair and transparent treatment of customers. By joining Finra, members agree to bind themselves to standards and be held accountable if their own conduct falls short, all to the benefit of free-flowing and functioning financial markets and fair treatment towards customers. Since the compelling interest is statutorily mandated, FINRA membership so outweighs any expressive association right, plaintiffs again are unlikely to succeed on their First Amendment claim. In sum, none of plaintiffs' claims in their operative complaint are likely to succeed on the merits, resulting in this factor weighing against a preliminary injunction or TRO. B. Irreparable harm. On the second factor, Alpine argues that resolution of the pending enforcement proceeding may include, quote, the corporate death penalty, unquote, of expulsion from the industry. And further, that, quote, subjection to an illegitimate proceeding led by an illegitimate decision maker constitutes a here and now injury, supporting a finding of irreparable harm. FINRA counters that any harm imposed on Alpine from the enforcement proceeding is overstated because the outcome of the proceeding would not occur for many days, probably months, and that such a decision could then be appealed to the SEC and stayed. Ruh-roh. Here the Supreme Court's Axum decision tips this factor into Alpine's favor. Ruh-roh. At the outset, Alpine bluntly states that FINRA's enforcement proceeding subjects it to potential expulsion from the industry, an existential threat to its business. So what? They're criminals. That would, in my opinion, that would force the company to cease operations, and so the proceeding must be delayed. Yet, Alpine faces precisely the same expulsion penalty under the March 2022 panel decision currently on review by the NAC. In joining the NAC review process, however, is not the focus of the injunctive relief Alpine now seeks, despite the fact that expulsion may be inevitable if the March 2022 panel decision is upheld. That consequence does not arise from any lack of due process afforded to Alpine at the original enforcement proceeding leading to the March 2022 panel decision, now on appeal to the NAC, nor from the ongoing enforcement proceeding, nor even from plaintiffs' asserted constitutional claims. Rather, that consequence appears to be the result of Alpine's failure to comply with FINRA's permanent cease and desist order issued as part of the March 2022 panel decision. In face of that decision, which took immediate effect on March 22, 2022, Alpine is suspected of flouting FINRA's directive to cease harmful conduct by failing to comply with FINRA's permanent cease and desist order. In allegedly defying the permanent cease and desist order by FINRA's count more than 35,000 times, they're not going to let it go any further. By more than 35,000 times, FINRA decided that due to Alpine's chronic recidivism, this SRO had little choice but to take expedited steps to expel the company from the industry, even while Alpine's appeal of the March 2022 panel decision is pending. A decision, as noted, that also recommended expulsion. In context, Alpine now seeks to employ extraordinary, equitable relief to halt FINRA's continuing enforcement of its own orders under the cloak of several asserted constitutional claims, so that this court can save Alpine from harm allegedly due to its own defiance of those orders. Granting the requested TRO and consequently delaying the enforcement proceeding would thus sanction Alpine's alleged non-compliant conduct with FINRA's permanent cease and desist order. Such a ruling would encourage violators to race to district court with constitutional claims to delay or halt enforcement proceedings, providing a direct mechanism to subvert FINRA's enforcement of its own orders designed to protect the securities industry. Nonetheless, the irreparable harm factor focuses on the harm to the plaintiff seeking relief, though the source of that harm is noteworthy in weighing these equitable factors. On that point, Alpine invokes Axon to argue that its assertion of constitutional claims against FINRA and its adjudicatory process subjects. On that point, Alpine invokes Axon to argue that its assertion of constitutional claims against FINRA and its adjudicatory process subjects the company to a here and now injury and automatically triggers a finding of irreparable harm. Indeed, the Supreme Court expressed the view that being subjected to an adjudicatory process that a plaintiff claims is constitutionally flawed is, quote, impossible to remedy once the proceeding is over, and that, quote, a grievance for which the Court of Appeals can do nothing, a proceeding that has already happened, cannot be undone. Axon. Alpine is right that this strong language in Axon must be viewed as a consideration relevant to irreparable harm. Alpine agreeing that the here and now injury language in Axon is the Supreme Court, quote, putting its thumb on the scale among the preliminary injunctive factors for irreparable harm. And neither FINRA nor the government, as intervenor/defendant, present such argument against this view. FINRA only arguing that Axon does not alter preliminary injunction analysis. Consequently, under the Supreme Court's explicit language, the nature of the constitutional claims asserted here, no matter their unlikelihood of success, suffice to show irreparable harm to Alpine, even though any such harm may stem directly from Alpine's non-compliant actions. C. Balance of equities and public interest. Finally, the parties contest where other interests lie. Alpine argues that Finra, quote, waited years to assert its claims against Alpine and would suffer no prejudice, unquote, from a delay in the enforcement proceeding, and that the public has an interest in assuring that Alpine is not subject to unconstitutional treatment at the hands of Finra. Unbelievable, the absolute arrogance of the Hurries. Conversely, Finra argues, quote, a preliminary injunction would impair Finra's pursuit of its regulatory mandate and undermine the public's interest by barring Finra from enforcing its orders, including those against Alpine. Finra is correct. Finra has an interest in protecting the public from the harms caused by broker-dealers engaged in securities violations. This is the very mission of this SRO. That overwhelming interest is especially important in Finra's case of conducting expedited enforcement actions to halt imminent risk to the public presented by bad actors, potentially resulting in millions lost from customers like those that initiated Finra's investigation against Alpine in 2019. The risk of harm to the public from an alleged bad actor openly and repeatedly flouting a remedial cease and desist order issued by Finra, allegedly thousands of times at the expense of customers, is significant and concrete compared to Alpine's interest in asserting constitutional claims against Finra that have an unlikelihood of success for the reasons already summarized. As such, the balance of equities and public interests disfavor any injunctive relief. In considering these four factors in total, while irreparable harm tips in Alpine's favor, the other factors strongly weigh against granting plaintiffs' requests for equitable relief, and so such relief is inappropriate here. Conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, plaintiff's motion for reconsideration of minute order denying emergency preliminary injunction motion is granted, and plaintiff's renewed emergency motion for injunction and temporary restraining order is denied. An order consistent with this memorandum opinion will be entered contemporaneously. Beryl A. Howell, District Judge, date June 7, 2023. All right, I read it. My mic is fine. Well, if Big JR is still on here, I'd like to hear what he thinks. But to me, my bottom line on that long disquisition is Alpine's goose is cooked, but it's still in the oven. The one thing, good night, Barbara. The one thing that stood out to me is there's an appeal process they're going on internally. And so it could be stayed. The expulsion could be stayed inside of Finra and the SEC. I don't think it's likely because their violations were so greasy, so bad. But I do think that it could buy a little more time. I don't know how much. But otherwise, I think they're in trouble. Let me see if that Wall Street article came in my email. Good night, Barbara. I'm sorry about my microphone. I guess I just have to buy a new one. I don't see the Wall Street article. Well, imagine in Joe Biden's America, he wrote the crime bill. Imagine if a young kid whose skin happened to be darker than Joe Biden's used crack or sold crack 35,000 times. Craig, I wonder if they play with the feed. There's no indication that my service is bad. So maybe they're playing with the feed. I don't know. I'm still looking to see if that Wall Street article came in. I don't see it. So, to me, the bottom line is, it could be my signal, but I don't know. It normally, Gary, normally it shows up on top that my signal's weak or it's interrupted. It's not saying that right now, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't see this Wall Street article. But that little bit I read didn't look good for the entirety of the article. My bottom line on it, I think Alpine is cooked. But I think that it's not going to be tomorrow that they're expelled. But we'll find out. We'll find out. It's coming. It's coming. And I think in that sense, it's not good. It's not for the people who want to keep selling through Alpine. So I think on balance, this is an extremely good ruling for us. Big JR. William, the question will be, will Finra just enforce original expulsion order now? That was already appealed. Is that why they kept delaying? Because they were investigating. Yeah, I agree with that. I think wow. I didn't know that, Chris. So there was a gap at 87. It's amazing. And that should be a good reversal point. Good. Ken, there's different reasons. There are, yeah, Big JR just talked right here, but yeah, we could read what Big JR said on Twitter. Sure. We can do that. I just hit him and something else came up. I always do that when you go to hit something, they fool you. Not legal advice. They have probably 2 appeals, and a request for a stay would need to be granted. So you think they have 2 more they can do? It seems like they have more they can do to buy time, but I just wonder in FINRA, I don't think they're going to get much of a kind hearing in FINRA. I wonder about the SEC though. Ace. Ace is the place. Ace is the place for the helpful. We are winning people, even though it hasn't felt like it lately. Good things are coming. I agree with that. I'm eating these cherries because Jenny told me to eat something. The way I break it down is I think the only part that caused me a little bit of pause is where I don't think this where she grants some relief to them because of the Axon ruling. I don't think that's a big deal. I think the only part that bothers me is that they still have a right to appeal within FINRA and SEC, and that bothers me a little bit because I don't know how to define how much time that would take. But on the other hand, I think they've FINRA has shown that FINRA is really upset that they're violating their cease and desist order. And even though the SEC seems perfectly comfortable with Kurt Kramer violating the SEC's cease and desist orders as it relates to Kurt Kramer, I don't think the SEC is going to grant any relief to Alpine. I think this is a great ruling for us. I know you care, Jenny. The really, Bill, I do care. Anyway, that's an old story. Okay, so JR says, that's 5 days ago. Yeah, I agree with what JR says here. Judge says that it's your own fault, Alpine, and your case looks unlikely to survive. Excellent. Big JR doesn't, he says Big JR says Big JR doesn't like to guess, and that I shouldn't be guessing. But yeah, I think that's what the judge is saying. You baked your own goose. All right, Jenny says, the microphone's cutting out. How about, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to the microphone. How's that? Dan, I just unplugged the microphone altogether. I'm gonna have to get a different microphone, I guess. Everything's always about money. JR is a rock star. All right, I guess I have to get a new microphone. I'll put this out of the way. Put it out of the way. It might need a battery. Yeah, that might be it. It might need charging. I just think it's the connection is bad. I don't think DBMM will run tomorrow. It'd be interesting to hear what JR thinks. But I don't think Alpine is going to be expelled tomorrow. It seems like Alpine still has, and maybe not legal advice just said it, but it seems like Alpine has one or two more steps they can pursue inside of Finra. From what I remember I just read, they already have something pending before the NAC, and it seems like they can go a little bit further and appeal directly to the SEC. They have really large ones. To argue that it's in the public interest to keep them operating is just arrogance on a level that would make Trump haters proud. It's arrogance on a level that would make, it's just chutzpah on a level I just can't imagine. Well, they still, with MMTLP, I don't know, Brazil, how long they can stay. And I would defer to Big JR or to not legal advice. But I would guess in a normal filing, they could probably delay for quite a long time because everyone would be cooperating with each other. But I think, Big JR pointed out, as some of you have, that the fact that the judge ruled that Alpine willfully flouted the permanent cease and desist order, I have a feeling there's not going to be too much sympathy for Alpine inside of Finra. So whatever Finra can do to speed up this case, and I would bet if as I recall, I just read, there is a pending appeal with the NAC, I think they're going to, they might have a late midnight meeting and cancel. I think it's going to be all over for Alpine inside of Finra. The part that so let me say it differently. If Alpine has some rights to appeal inside of Finra, I think Finra will shoot it down immediately. I don't think it will even take 24 hours. But what I don't know, I don't have the expertise on it at all. I just read it, just saw it. It seems like it said that Finra still has a right to appeal the decision directly to the SEC. And if that's the case, I don't know how long that would take. I mean, an appeal to the SEC, it would seem, would take, I mean, at a minimum, it would seem to me it would take, both at a minimum and the fastest, it would take at least 2 or 3 weeks, because whoever it's sent to has to read about it. Then they're going to have a meeting or two, and then they're going to have to study it. It's going to have to go around for signatures. I would say if it goes to the SEC, it could drag it out, but I might be misreading that. Okay, not legal advice. To appeal from the federal court, max time to file notice. So you're talking about an appeal from the federal court. Max time to file is 60 days, minimum 30. So we could be months away. De novo means from the beginning. So before I sign off, I'm going to read this ruling de novo. No, I'm not. So not legal advice. You're bringing up something I didn't mention, I thought of earlier. I was talking about any appeal they may have internally in the Finra and the SEC. But you make a really good point. They can appeal the judge's decision, and they almost certainly will. So you're saying the max time they can take is 60 days and the minimum 30. I think they'll take the full 60 days. What do you think, Not? I think they take the full 60 days. I don't understand why they're buying time, but I guess it gives... Okay, that goes to the question somebody asked earlier, just 10 minutes ago. You said, would this keep them from shorting? Well, I think de novo is without taking into account, as if it was a brand new baby, not a I don't know, that's probably a bad word to use, but yeah, I see what you mean. Well, whoever asked Tuck about the shorting, I think there's 3 kinds of shorting going on right now in GTII. Maybe. One is the attempt to move positions away from Alpine somewhere else without really putting up any real money. 2 is buying more time on fails to deliver without putting up any more money. And 3 is the opportunistic stripping, mining the market every day like an ATM for thousands of dollars. And I think in that 3rd case, maybe what Alpine is staying open for is so they and their friends can continue to strip meat off the carcass before it goes down, and pay the legal bills. It may be that Alpine is trying to still move money offshore. Maybe why it's, or they're going to move money to Justine's name because wives, white women aren't racist, only white men. And women, you have to protect their assets, not men. Well, there you go, Jenny. Jenny, you said it exactly right. Who wants to be anywhere near Alpine and Scottsdale? Jenny has it. There is no way that, even if you're a sketchy market maker, sketchy LLC, sketchy hedge fund, bad actor, you do not want to be doing trades through Alpine now. You read this, you know, if you didn't know it already, you see the writing on the wall. If you keep doing trades through Alpine, you open yourself to ratting, and there's some, I can hear some rats over there. You open yourself to people tracking where your money is, and just general oversight on your business. You're going to stay away. I agree with you, Jenny. Not legal advice. See, not you. Without realizing, I think you're talking over my head. But you're saying, I'm surprised Finra did not seek to put a receiver in. I would guess that would be a separate action, is what I would guess. And I think that's pretty perceptive, not that they would have to put a receiver in or something similar to a receiver in. I think Finra is going to have to organize the takeover of Alpine's situation with the help of either the DTCC or the government. Well, that's true. She was complicit in the fraud. I know I started reading, too much reading. Too much reading, I know. Part of the reason, by the way, CB, that I read to start out with, I just wanted to throw some education into it, new ideas, rather than just spinning in some of the stuff that we've been going through and I've been part of. I also wanted to sort of enter into evidence why I say some of the things I say. Abandoned place. Did we get news on Alpine or something? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Alpine and Scottsdale will hurt anyone's bottom line, and the big players will not allow that. Well, I agree, Jenny. But in the United States securities markets, every trade, believe it or not, is sacrosanct. When you pay cash to settle, the other side of that trade settles. The fact that the market is full of counterfeit shares and failed to delivers and failed to locates and endless moving it down the road doesn't change the bottom line fact. The trade has to settle. They have they've convinced you, me, the world that an electronic entry is equivalent to settlement, but it really isn't. And so the only thing I would add to your point, in my judgment, is the big players, the DTC ultimately, is at huge risk if those fails to deliver, don't get handled properly. And it's now out there. And someone asked me about DBMM. It's going to be DBMM. I wouldn't be surprised if it's those couple of companies that Mark Bezile signed an amicable agreement with the Kramers, HPIL and VNUE. Those shares haven't disappeared either. So you might see a lot of these destroyed companies come back to life as they're bought in. I don't know. But what I do agree with you for sure, Jenny, is I don't think any big player is going to want to take over Alpine. So that's where Knott's landing is right. I think a receivership of some kind, but I'm talking legal terms that I don't understand. But a receivership of some kind of Alpine would be the next step. Well, I don't know. I'm reading the map on the fly too, because this is illegal. I mean, who would argue that after violating 35,000 cease and desist times the order, who would argue that it's in the best interest of the public to keep us open? Come on. Alpine and Scottsdale are not JP Morgan, so they will not want anything to do. I agree with that. I don't think that's who would. I mean, Ham doesn't believe anyone will want any of the assets. But Jenny, who's going to unwind the positions? Who's going to oversee it? Everybody in charge at Alpine, if they're not arrested, are going to flee a sinking ship. So there's going to have to be somebody overseeing the unwinding. Yeah, they are arrogant. Frank, never in the future, just you got to note this. Finra is never going to allow 35,001 violations. Up to 35,000, it's okay. But once you cross 35,000 violations, no more. Well, AC Ham has always said that they're going to walk away. The Kramers will walk away. Alpine will walk away. This is the sheer evilness of what these men and this woman are doing. They violate the laws. They know they violate the laws. They make enormous amount of monies doing it, and they have lawyers. And they wire it offshore. And hide it. And so they know eventually, they collect tickets like a FedEx truck. They collect fines like a FedEx truck collects parking or no standing zone tickets. And they figure as long as they can do it, they're ahead of the game. They just hide their money. They're rich beyond any of your imagination. I would imagine John and Justine Hurry are worth as much as the Clintons or more. They're really rich. They could be billionaires. And then they likely don't pay a lot of taxes. And the money's all offshore, so it's helping offshore economies. Same with the Kramers. The Kramers are rich beyond your imagination. No amount is good enough, though. They've got to keep going at it. But ultimately, they're just going to walk away. and they don't care. You can't insult Kurt Kramer's honor. You can't insult John Hurry's honor. Just give them the money. It's all they care about is the money. And hey, Kerr. What was the gist of the video? They'll do it under another LLC. Exactly. Like I said, the Brazil show, if you're dealing with FINRA, they're never going to allow you to go over 35,000 violations. We now know that. That is set in stone. FINRA's going to act if you commit 35,000 violations. Well, Tuck, this ruling could affect changes unforeseen, and I think there's been progress in Wes's side too. I think the heat is on with market makers, so I wouldn't be surprised to find some action going forward in the market maker front. Spoofing is a felony. These people can go to jail. And Wes is not screwing around. I know. It's a cherry. It's a cherry. So what do you guys think? Oh, I was just going to ask, what do you think, Ted, about the Wall Street Journal piece? That's a good point. I know, I'm sorry. I'm doing this because otherwise Jenny will nag. Ham just wrote, FINRA and SEC are dead meat because of MMTLP. One fix it, man. That's what I'm doing. Jenny, think about 35,000 violations. Well, Ken Ernick, what the shorts are doing is against the law, and it goes on as long as there's free money. And you know that expression that is attributed to Warren Buffett, when the tide goes out, you see who's swimming naked? That's what's happening. The tide is going out on the market. Is my microphone terrible now? Shoot. I'm gonna just have to buy a new microphone. I'm sorry, Yukon. I'll buy a new one. I think it's the cord. That's what I think it is. You know, the thing is, it doesn't sound as good as the microphone because it's the one on the system here. I would love that, Tuck T. I would love it. It might be too late, I hold my breath because I figure everything I want to do has to go away before this squeezes. But we'll find out. We'll find out. I think this, I'm looking to see on Twitter if there's any kind of space call, but that's all right. I don't see one. But I wanted to get a summary. I think this Alpine ruling is as good as you could have expected. I think the judge got caught out by whatever this Supreme Court Axon ruling that just came out 5 days ago. But if that hadn't happened, I think Alpine would have lost on all counts. But I think they're still going to lose on all counts. So my two open questions are, one is what Knott's Landing brought up, is if they still have a right to appeal this decision, the maximum time they can take apparently is 60 days. Well, that's 2 more months. But I don't think in that appeal, from what I just read, in that appeal process, I don't think that prohibits Finra from expelling them. That's how I read it, but I'm not a lawyer. The second thing I'm a little concerned about, I already just said, it's not so much Finra. The way I read this, Finra is going to, 35,001, we're going to eject you. But it's whether or not they have a right to go to the SEC, and the SEC is as slow as the World Bank. So that's, it intrigues me, just because you're appealing doesn't mean I want to date you. No, just because you're appealing, I don't think that means Finra can't expel you. What's September? Yeah, Ken, I wonder if that hearing is open. I might go to it. I'm sorry to eat cherries in front of you, but Sway, so someone from Goldman Sachs called us, and my husband didn't answer. I'm dying to know if it was anything about GTII. We have no affiliation with them in any way. I don't know. Sway, I wouldn't think it would be GTII. I don't know. Be interesting. Avid believes the squeeze already came and went. Well, we were listening to that, CB. I didn't hear him say that. I heard him say it could be. I heard him say it could have been. But I don't agree with it. I don't think that was the squeeze. $9 is not the squeeze. I think that buying was mostly retail buying. And Big Brazil show, Wes is filing lawsuits against market makers, prime brokers, broker dealers, I think even Finra and the SEC, and the angle he took is spoofing. So that's what's happening, and I think it's gonna make a lot of progress. Lewis Shotland, Avid's video on GTI, what a downer. Talk about crushing people's dreams. Well, I don't know what to say to that, Louis. I guess if you're reading charts, the charts might not look so good, and he is a chart reader, and so he's got to call it the way he sees it. And that means something that's very positive. That means he has integrity, and that he's going to say what he sees regardless of I don't know what word to use, self-interest or your interest or anybody's interest. He's gonna say how he sees it. That's good. You want that. I don't think these charts, number one, I think particularly in the smaller over-the-counter market, price discovery is completely gone. Number two, I don't think there's buying on a scale of the counterfeiting. So I think the charts are almost, they seem to work, but when a stock is under attack, I don't know if it's meaningful. But I still look at them, of course. Thirdly, I think the criminals have the same charts. So they know what they're trying to do and depress and break it down in the computers. And then my fourth point is, if we're right about the stock position and we're right about the criminality, and there's no guarantee that we are, we just do the best. The charts aren't reflecting that. The price action is not reflecting that. The price action is reflecting what he said at the beginning, that GTII really doesn't have anything. Compared, look at I don't know. CLN, look at MULN. They have everything, and the stock's crushed. It's these actions by the criminals have nothing to do with the fundamentals. As long as a company is going to still need capital, they know that they can drive the price down and then cause dilution of the amount of shares such that whatever the good news is, on a per share basis, it just gets worse and worse and worse. Well, I don't know. Sorry for that noise. Well, yeah, the fuzz, man, that's how I feel about it. We're kind of trapped. The short is trapped. It would be much better if we didn't have to go through this, but I still see the setup there, and therefore I'm unwilling to get out. I answer my own question, and it's the question each of you should ask yourself. Am I going to be more mad at myself if the stock goes to, let's pick a number, if it goes to, what did Avid say the low could be? If it goes to pennies or whatever he said. Am I going to be more mad at myself if that happens? Or am I going to be mad at myself if I get out and it goes to, I don't know, it goes to $35 and I'm out? Which is going to make me more angry? And right now, I would be more angry at myself if I missed a squeeze. But it's going to be disappointing if Avid's, negative view that he gave. I didn't listen all the way through, but I think he clearly stated he was going to give a negative, and He's trying to see both sides. But if he's right about his negative view, well, we're all going to be disappointed. But I can't bring myself to believe that it's not going to run because I think there is a major short position. I think the hardest part is going to be knowing when to sell. I checked my email. Maybe it went to junk. Let me look. All right, I only have one more to eat. And then you're going to say, thank God he's done 2 more. I don't see it in my mail. I don't see it, CB. I don't see it. So I don't know what happened. Well, GTII has no fundamentals. I think he's shorthanding it. But look, when I first heard the story of GTII, I was in a company called Finra, and Finra has fundamentals. To me, Finra has the nuts. They have the what do you call it? The royal straight flush. But they still get destroyed by the Lynn Partners and Benchmark Capital. In my opinion, it includes Benchmark Capital. You're not in GTII for the fundamentals. You're in if you believe it, and that's that. As the shorts continue to put the price of the stock down, we can't help it because we've been taught that the price of the stock tells you everything. Whether you're looking at a chart or you're looking at buying a stock, we have been taught, all of us, that the price incorporates all the information you need. I think that's fundamentally wrong. There's, number one, there's no research on GTII other than that poodle boy that's bought and paid for by the criminals. There's no analysis, there's no clear access to information that would tell you what short position is out there and what needs to be covered. The idea that Alpine can go through the court system with these idiotic constitutional arguments and actually buy a year's time, this is a really dysfunctional public market. So yes, you can say it has no fundamentals, but you don't have all the information. I don't either. GTII is a company that is most similar to an incubator or to a SPAC. And you're right, it's a small company, doesn't have a burn rate. Remember, although it looks like I have to correct myself. When you talk about Vocal, they're break even now, or they're about to be break even. So, but in the past, Vocal had a burn rate, and that made it vulnerable to these toxic lenders. GTII doesn't have that burn rate. CLNV, MMAT, MULN, COSM, all had CEOs that took the deals from the shorts, and they all had stories. They all had fundamentals, but they got crushed anyway. So I don't think the reason to buy GTII is because they've invented the newest way to slice white bread or brown bread. GTII, first and foremost, is one trapped short, Kurt Kramer. One shady prime broker, Alpine. One enormous naked short position. And it's management that doesn't want to compromise with the criminals. Now, one can look at that and say, well, wait a minute, I don't really believe the short's that big. It's impossible. I don't really believe that anybody called the company and asked to buy shares. You can take that tact, and I wouldn't argue with it, because we each have to make our own decision. And I question myself all the time, and I have my doubts, but like somebody brought up the Wall Street article. I haven't read it, but I saw the first two sentences, and all I can think of in my head over the last couple of hours about the MMTLP is that article is going to be devastating to our chances in Congress. On the other hand, as long as they didn't spell the name wrong, it could be very helpful. So I don't know. GME and AMC were nearly bankrupt companies, and then their short positions got caught out, and now they have some viability. Yes, if it bothers you to know that GTII has no fundamentals, you shouldn't be in the stock. I gave you LGIQ. I think you can make 5 times on your money. I now think GoLogic, you can do that in a reasonable period of time. Finger has amazing fundamentals, And I think you can experience a short squeeze in Finger. But it's on the NASDAQ, and it's got options, and they seem to be very powerful on the NASDAQ. When I first heard about GTII, there were no fundamentals, to use that expression. But the fact is, let me run through some of the fundamentals. They're not big. They have a business strategy. They bought the Bronx Eye Care. They bought some other healthcare thing. They bought the blockchain, my blockchain, or something. They bought 1 or 2 Picassos to distribute. I think they made arrangement with that art group. It may not be there anymore. They own out of Dubai, a gold company of some kind. They did purchase the education firm. I'm having a hard time thinking of the name. Classroom Salon. I don't know if it'll ever amount to anything. But these are all fundamental things. None of them are, but I would tell you most of those companies you guys bring to me that had the contract this, contract that, it's meaningless. Because it's what are their finances? Are they subject to this short selling? Everybody's got a contract. Everybody can paint a picture. I think GTII is on the verge of acquiring something. That's their business. And I don't know if it's going to be the Trento mine or something else. If you want fundamentals, they may come in. But look at Finger. Finger had fundamentals that it got to $15 and they drove it back down to 20 cents or 28 cents. Finger is doubling revenues and has massive exposure to hypersonic growth, and they just drive it down and drive it down and drive it down. Look what they did to Wolf. They have fundamentals. They drove it down. Now it's back up a little bit. Look what they did to CLNV. Great story. Look what they did to COSM. I don't know. That story's contract, but they have fundamentals. MMAT, MULN, they all have fundamentals. It's in this marketplace, the destruction of companies has nothing to do with the fundamentals. Why? Because they know small companies are always going to need money. And as long as they destroy the price, the companies are going to have to issue a lot of stock. Bottom line. Well, logic, what did you say? Did you say go logic or logic? Logic. Logic is, there are a bunch of people that invested in Logic when it was called Wayland. And they have a lot of, they lost money and they don't trust Brent. And I think they're selling or did sell. I think there's a lot of selling, possibly short selling, but there's a lot of selling by people that see the Logic is going into this spec, and it's hard for me to conceptualize, but if you're short Logic, I'll show you on one hand what it could be. But I have a hard time conceptualizing it because I also see this as a risk. But if you've sold Logic, if you sell a bunch of it at 30 cents right now, if you sell it at 30 cents, and then Logic puts its data logic into the SPAC, and Logic continues to trade, so this becomes a distribution, basically. But it's not a, this is where I have a hard time conceptualizing this. this really isn't a dividend distribution. It's giving these assets to this SPAC, but then you get it. But I think one thing shorts might be thinking is once that happens, this is going to be trading with nothing, and it'll go down, and they can cover their logic after this happens at lower prices. What I'm just going to admit to you, in this explanation I'm giving you, what I can't figure out is it seems like the shorts have to give you this. But remember, this will be publicly traded, so it can be buried in there forever, and maybe they're never obligated or they can trade around it. I don't know. I don't know all their strategies. But maybe what they're thinking is if they sell this, and then this shell is not going to have much value, they can sell it down and cover it. Problem is, they're making a really bad assumption, because Logic was going to go into a private company worth 75 cents a share or something like that. 40 to 50 cents a share. And they let that deal pass. So they have something better in mind, and they have several deals in mind. I think the problem that the shorts are facing is that Logic is going to make some deals here shortly that's going to make Logic worth 40, 50, 60 cents a share. And then the SPAC portion, which I think they have to deliver, is going to be worth $1.20. I think they're making a miscalculation. They think they own, basically these criminals think they own the night. And I'm not sure that's going to be true at all. I'll come out and say it. I don't think it is going to be true. I think they're going to get burned. But am I paid by Logic? I haven't been paid by Logic, but I am trying to get some things done with Logic, as I am with other companies. I own a lot of Logic, so my advice, you could argue, isn't unbiased. But I try to, I'm trying to think all of the stocks I've talked about. The only one I don't own is Finger, but I used to own Finger. And I would love to own Finger again. So if your point is, am I conflicted in terms of giving any kind of suggestions? Yeah, I own these things. But I don't know. I still try to see it and call it as I see it, regardless of owning the stock. And I would like you to make money. And look, Logic, if it's down at its lowest, I don't know. Where did it close? There are people, when Brent came on a space call, it got taken down. There are people that called me up and told me they're going to sell the stock. They can't stand that guy. So maybe that's some of it. But yeah, it's 28 cents. I don't think it's going to stay at, look, I own the stock. So if that means anything I say about it therefore is wrong, don't buy it. Really, just don't buy it. Go do a different one. But I can't leave it there because I think Logic, problem is Logic and Go Logic are so similar. I owned Logic, and that's how I got a lot of my Go Logic shares. It was a distribution, and I expect to make money on that now after a year later. So my experience, although I lost money in the trade, but I trade. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. My experience has been good. But Logic is 28 cents. It's going to go Logic soon. I would say by July, I'd say within a month, Logic is going to go from one piece of paper to two. The first piece of paper is going to be the SPAC. It's already been announced. You can look it up. It has nothing to do with whether or not I own the stock. But they have $114 million worth of this SPAC Logic's going to go into. They're going to distribute the data Logic portion. Well, Logic has less than this, but it has 100 million shares outstanding. So if you divide 100 million into, it's less than that, but 100 million into 114 million of the SPAC, this is publicly trading right now at $10.50. They're going to go into that. That's $1.14 a share. $1.14. You're going to get a record date by the end of the month and effective date in July. So that's on the one side of Logic. But you're right, the stock's down. So this must be wrong. This must be wrong since the stock is down. And I have to admit that these stocks just keep going down. All of them get hit. All of them get hit. I can't explain why the over-the-counter markets are such a vast wasteland other than the criminality that goes on. So Logic, by, I think, second week of July, you're going to get $1.14 worth for every 28 cents of data Logic in the Aubrey SPAC. But there's other deals going into that too. There's going to be more deals. Some were discussed by Brent. Logic, this will be the Aubrey, I don't know how to spell it, Aubrey SPAC. It'll trade under that symbol. Logic comes over here and remains a separately trading company. What does Logic have going for it? They are essentially going to be a show. Now, they were going to merge into a company that was worth 40, 50 cents a share. They let that expire because they have a better transaction in mind. I don't know. I can't tell you what it is because I don't know. But they have 4.5 million shares of Go Logic. So let's just call that, let's just say that's $5 million. So they have 5 cents of Go Logic and I'll take the low end of what they were going to have when they did this other deal. Take it at 40 cents. Let's cut that. Let's just cut it down and let's just be really, we'll say 25 cents. So this side, logic, will remain worth what it's trading now, 30 cents. So in 2 or 3 weeks, you'll get a record date. And just to cut to the chase, and then a settlement date, probably an effective date, probably in the first week of July, second week of July. You're going to get 28 cents. You're going to have one piece of paper right now. You'll have a piece of paper. I lowered it to $1.10, worth $1.10 in this Aubrey SPAC as it de-SPACs, publicly trading. And you'll have a publicly trading, let's call it a shell, worth 30 cents. So combined value is $1.40. And that happens within a month. I own shares in both. So if I own it, it makes it this advice bad. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. But this is why I think it's a good investment. Well, I think on Finger, you might get some good announcement there, but Finger, I mean, I guess if we have to go over everything again, Finger has revenue from being one of 3 approved buyers of minutes, SMS, and MMS from the Chinese government at a discount. So they need cash to go buy it, and then they can sell it immediately online. Boom, rollover, rollover, rollover. It's called top up. Here in the United States, we pay monthly, so we don't think that way. But in the UK and the rest of the world, people top up. They buy enough. Sometimes they pay monthly, but they top up. They have their mobile phone. It runs out, they go down and they buy more minutes. And it can be done both ways. But that is Finger's #1 source of revenue. And to my memory, they now have 15 million in cash. They can put it to it. They can roll it over and over, same day, over and over and over and again. Huge. Secondly, Finger has big data under this arm called Sapentius or something. Remember, Snowflake came public. Big data is huge. You use data for all sorts of things. People will pay for data on the Chinese market all day long. This has massive upside. Thirdly, Finger has contracts and arrangements with Pacific Re and Munich Re. Big insurance. One of the areas you can think about is car insurance or life insurance or health insurance based on the big data they have. Finger has just recently announced that they just bought or merged with the Netflix of China. I don't think it's China. I think it's just outside of China. 100 million users, videos, and growing. Huge, huge. They also do the warranties on phones. Imagine on 1 billion phones doing the warranty business. That's also huge. And then they are the gatekeepers, like a toll booth, on the internet marketplaces of when you go shopping, you get online and you want to go buy something. They are the platform that gets you into that marketplace, whatever it is. I don't have the websites in China in my head, but they get a little nick of every trade. It's like a toll booth. This is a revenue-making machine, yet it's under pressure. I don't know. It's trading at $1.50. That's Finger. I think there will be good things coming for Finger. It was as high as $15. They did a deal with the Lind Partners, and the Lind Partners crushed the stock. They uplisted on NASDAQ, and the stock's been crushed. The risks in Finger are that the Lind Partners are still involved, that it's NASDAQ, but the short position in Finger is 125 million shares versus what was a float, a effective float of under 5 million. Maybe it's under 10 million. What I'm talking about is the shares that actually trade. So if it ever catches fire, Lind Partners is going down. And I forget who asked me that question. On all of these stocks, I don't know what I can arrange, but one of the visions I have is I can be a consultant, not a banker, but something. This is what I do. I've never done it this way before, but I don't know how to monetize my YouTube station. I don't know how to monetize anything. So I don't make any money, but I'd like to change that. I would like to change that somehow, someday. But if you're listening to my advice as advice, I am conflicted. I could be talking my own book. I could be talking about stocks that I didn't pay as much as you paid, or I, if it runs up, I want to get out and trade against you and all of those things. But I don't do that. There'll come a time, though, if the stocks run, we might have different objectives, and you'll have to decide if I'm being honest or not. I don't know. I don't know what you would rather. You would rather that I don't own the stocks, or I don't talk to everybody? I wouldn't be that interested in these stocks if I hadn't studied it if I didn't get to know the major holders, I wouldn't be that interested. For example, you want advice on what? I can't even think of a name, but there might be a stock out there you want advice on. I have no idea. These dozen stocks, I understand, and I can learn other stocks. But anyway, if you're, I forget who asked me this question. If you're looking for somebody who has absolutely no conflict of interest with you, it's not me. I can see all sorts of conflicts of interest. When I worked on Wall Street, I saw conflicts of interest, and I had to weave between that. You have obligations to your clients, you have obligations to the firm, and other obligations that build up over a lifetime. There's always conflicting demands. I try to give you my honest assessment of where I think the stock is. You asked about Logic, 28 cents. That's not a great price. I'm sorry it's down here. But my reaction to it is that's cheap. And it gives, but the problem is, I don't think a lot of you are experienced traders. And sometimes I talk to you as if you're somebody I've known for 20 or 30 years, and you realize that if you buy a stock at 40 cents and it goes to 70 or 80, and now it's at 28 cents, that can be a normal trend. It's so hard to read my notes on Logic. But I think Logic's going to be, it's already annualizing at 44 million in revenue. I think it's going to go up to 100 million. This is a company with fundamentals. Yes, it's down. But the shorts in all of these stocks, they can crush them. In the case of Logic, there is some bitterness and ill will of people that owned it when it was whaling and were expecting a squeeze. And apparently, I don't even know what happened. And apparently it didn't happen. And Logic raised money at $3 Canadian on the NEO exchange almost 2 years ago. There were 4 companies in there that shorted it. I think they're done and gone. But that's why if they hadn't done that deal, the stock would probably still be $2.50 US, $2 US. And then Logic did a deal with Ionic. And I got a letter in the other room, I just saw it last week, saying that Ionic never shorts stock. In fact, they never short any stock. So that's a pretty good blanket statement from an attorney that I'm sure you can take to the bank, that Ionic never shorts stocks. But why is Logic down? I think there's leftover selling from people that just want out of it. I think there's selling that comes, I told you about a few months ago, that there was a guy that came to his 1-year anniversary and he was selling a stock. It wasn't very much. I think that's all done with. Everyone's waiting for this SPAC deal, which has been delayed. They need approval from the SEC. I think it could come any day. I bought Logic stock and I'm down on it. So I could be telling you that SEC approvals any day, and I could be telling you that there's going to be good news coming in. It's going to be effective in July, because I own the stock and I want you to buy it so my stock goes up. That could be what I'm doing. And I'm trying not to overreact because I see your right to know that. But I'm also, it bugs me a bit. And it makes me wonder why I should even do this, because if I can only recommend things to you that I'm not involved in, it's going to be a boring call. I just don't know. I'm going to have to think about that, because I do, there's a lot of CEOs that have come parading before you. There's a lot of space calls. There's a lot of people trying to make money over a group of investors, from MMTLP to GTII, Finger, and all these. I'm not blind to that opportunity either. I'm not, I don't have a concept of how to monetize it all. I wouldn't mind if I could create a business somehow that was rewarding. I could see doing this for a long, long time. But if I can't do that, I can't do this. If for some horrible reason GTII never did anything, I don't know that I can do this forever. So I forget who asked me this, D Quattro or something. I would love to figure out a way to get paid, and in a meaningful way, for what I'm doing, whether it's the way Frank Benedetto does it, monthly payment from the company and shares and all that, or maybe set up a fund, or set up my own company, or as a group try to become some sort of investment bank. Problem is, if you do that, there's no way really to share. The fees can be big, but the losses can be big and the costs can be big. So my experience, all of these years, I always pay out as I'm doing everything. And if a deal works, great. But if it doesn't, that's a lot of money that you lose, a lot. So it's I don't know how to. My reaction to your question, am I being paid, is it seems like I shouldn't be, and maybe that's not what you meant. But I would like to make money. I'd like to someday get married. And I don't know a woman that would marry a man that's not making money. I haven't done any of this for me. But on the other hand, it's been a lot of time. So am I justified in thinking that maybe at some point that could become something valuable? I don't know. I'm not imaginative enough. But the reason I recommend Logic and Go Logic, the gentleman that I know from another company that I raised money for years ago, and I'm still working on gold company. And I'm not going to talk about it because I'm not going to expose that to all of this. Not negatively, I just don't think, I think my responsibilities is to keep it private. But I don't know, 6-7 years ago, I met a gentleman there, and he introduced me to him. He also introduced me to Brent. And it's been that long a period of time of getting to know that company. In terms of Finger, I really don't know the CEO, although I've spoken to him a couple of times. But that same gentleman introduced me to Finger. So I've gotten to know these companies and invested in them and understand them. But I am at a conflict of interest with you, because if I were like some, as I perceive at least 1 or 2 or 3 people out there, I could come out, buy the stock, as it runs up, sell, and then come do it again. I haven't done that. And I have no intention of doing it. None, zero. But it's there. That's always a risk. I'm not your financial advisor. I'm not giving financial advice. And we're not in a relationship, a fiduciary relationship. I'm trying to be as open as I can, but I just don't see, I just don't see I don't know. Maybe I'm overreacting to your question. I intend to make money, but I also intend to be honest. And that's just bottom line. Oh, because of DBMM? I own some DBMM. But I made a call, I think twice, into the CEO of DBMM, and she never called back that I know of. She might have. As you know, I'm not always good with the various multiple ways that people can contact you. But I have zero relationship with DBMM. HNRC, I have zero relationship, although I've called in several times. But these other companies, I do talk with people close to the companies, and that adds a layer of I don't know what, I guess disclosure. It adds a layer of disclosure. Do I work for GoLogic? I don't work for GoLogic, no, but what's maybe? Brazil show, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm fixated on it because I'm tired, or maybe it opens up an area of that's something I got to think more about. I just don't know. I don't know. I'm probably overreacting. Yeah, probably. I'm overreacting. Yeah, maybe I'm overreacting. I just have to think about that because anyway, I just have to think about all that. Oh, see, Incon. No, I think my microphone was bad. I've got to buy a new. I've got to buy a new cord, I think. But I guess I would just summarize it. Part of me would love to keep doing this, and one of the vehicles I see as being able to do it is to figure out a way that might involve working somewhere. But we'll see. I am tired. Well, I had, at one point, I think when I was doing YouTube without this screen, somehow it got money, but I don't know how to set it up, and maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I need to monetize somehow. But Brazil show, one thing I'm sensitive to, I don't want people to have to watch advertisements. I can't imagine how awful it must be. I hate it when I'm on YouTube and an advertisement shows up, so I don't want to do that. But that might be something too, is that I've got to create a channel where I can monetize the channel. I think about all those things. And there's no advertisements on live only. So if I did I don't know how to monetize it, but if I did it live only, maybe all channels that are monetized have ads. No way around that. Well, maybe I don't want to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna go walk Lucky. They monetize the replay anyway? So are you saying when the replays go on, you have ads anyway? So they're just making money and I'm not? All of these things. Maybe what I need to do is come up with a disclaimer that just explains, I mean, there's always conflicts. There's always conflicts. There's no perfect way to go through the world without it. All right, AC. Good night, Gary. I'll go out and walk him. I don't want to end on a down note, though. YouTube makes money if I don't, so maybe I should do it. All right, well, I'll look into that. Okay, Paulie, can I summarize GTII? Yeah, I think I can. Whoever asked me that question, by the way, I'd love... I saw that GTII paid out something like $750,000 in IR last time. I'm like, hey, I'd love to get some of that. I feel like I've worked hard. But I didn't. This, Paulie, this is what came out. And just going through it quickly, I won't read the whole thing again. But they gave the background of the case. The judge is female. She said on February 2nd this year, the defendant, which is Finra, filed well, anyway, just without boring you with all that, they scheduled a hearing for June 8th, and it just goes on. And I see. Sorry, this is the wrong one. It's the wrong one. This is the one I meant to show you. This is the one I meant to show you. No wonder I was getting lost in it. Okay, Finra expedited an enforcement action against Alpine, alleging that this company committed thousands of violations of a permanent Finra order to cease and desist. And then they go on and describe Alpine's two motions, which, as I understand it, Alpine is saying that Finra is acting like a government organization, not a private organization. And therefore, secondly, Alpine's constitutional rights are being violated. Finra is a Delaware company. Finra rules over 150,000 branch offices, 3,400 brokerage firms, and 610,000 registered reps. Okay, and then the key heart of the case boils down to this. During the pendency of an appeal, basically, Finra expelled Alpine in March of 2022. Then there's an appeal to this internal group, NAC. And while it was in the NAC, there's a stay on the expulsion from Finra. But simultaneously, FINRA gave a cease and desist order to Alpine to stop violating the law. Alpine continued to violate the law during the period from the 22nd, whatever the date was, March 2022. So during the pendency of the NAC appeal, that means from sometime after March 2022, Finra discovered that Alpine failed to comply with the government with the permanent cease and desist, not government, it's dark here, with the permanent cease and desist order that was not stayed. It is not stayed. And Alpine violated the cease and desist order more than 35,000 times in a year. 35,000 times in a year. And Alpine didn't contest that. Alpine didn't say they didn't do that. What they said is, we didn't do anything improper. And they would, wouldn't they? So on the 19th of April this year, Finra initiated an expedited enforcement proceeding to enact the expulsion, because the whole point of the expulsion in the first place was to stop Alpine from violating the law. And in the meantime, while Alpine was pressing forward with this nonsensical arguments, they continued to violate the law. Well, anyway, Finra then, Alpine then got an attorney to put in an emergency injunction for a court in Florida. Florida's court moved it, as you know, here to D.C. And then it goes on for pages. Let me just get to the very end. I wish I could find the one thing that... Well, let me go through the four things. I just got to find where it... She says, while the form of the pending motion for injunctive relief is to stall the pending enforcement proceeding, she recognizes that, Alpine's complaint is far more sweeping to challenge the unconstitutional operations and structure of Finra. It's pretty ballsy. Then she says that she's granting plaintiff's motion for reconsideration of the expulsion, I guess. No, of the injunctive relief. But she says, if Finra is expelled, Alpine is sure to suffer from the forced closure of its business. Such irreparable harm was one of Alpine's own making. By apparently viewing the permanent cease and desist order issued as part of the March 2022 panel decision as stayed pending appeal, and it wasn't. So then she goes through, Finra is not a state actor. In other words, Finra is not a government organization. She goes through, wow, she went through pages on that. That's pages. She went through, Finra does not violate the private non-delegation doctrine, which basically has something to do with arguing that because they're enforcing the legislative branch's laws. Let me see if I can get the sentence. Plaintiffs argue that the Exchange Act improperly and unconstitutionally delegates legislative power to an entity outside of the legislative branch, Finra. She said that's a specious argument. Then they argued Alpine's First Amendment rights are violated because they were mandatorily forced to join Finra. She argued that's a weak. They're not going to win on that one. And then there's a fourth one I'm missing. Anyway, then it gets into this idea of irreparable harm. Alpine saying, "Hey, if they expel us, that's going to hurt our business, and it's going to cause us irreparable harm." Well, she says Alpine argues the resolution of the pending enforcement proceeding may include the corporate death penalty of expulsion. So she points out that this consequence appears to be the result of Alpine's failure to comply with FINRA's permanent cease and desist order. In that context, Alpine now seeks to employ extraordinary equitable relief to halt FINRA's continued enforcement of FINRA's own rules under the cloak of several constitutional claims, so that this court can save Alpine from harm allegedly due to its own defiance of those orders. So then they go on and talk about the balance of equity and public's interests. The conclusion is she writes, the risk of harm to the public from an alleged bad actor openly and repeatedly flouting a remedial cease and desist order, allegedly thousands of times at the expense of customers, is significant and concrete compared to Alpine's interest in asserting unconstitutional claims against FINRA. There's a case called Axon that the Supreme Court just passed, which is why she allowed them to go back for this injunctive relief, which I don't think they're going to pass, but that it's going to happen. So anyway, my summary of all this is that this is a really good order for GTII and for us. I think Alpine is going down. What I wonder, and it came from I'm trying to remember his name. Oh, came from not legal advice. They have 60 days to appeal this ruling. So I'm wondering the mechanics of, if they appeal this ruling, can FINRA still expel them? My opinion is FINRA's going to expel them regardless of what goes on in the legal system. The second thing that I picked up, and I couldn't find just now, I picked up on when I read it out, is that internally, Alpine has the right to appeal FINRA's decision to some part of the SEC. I don't know how long that could take. But the way I read all this is FINRA's going to believe that Alpine's going to continue 35,000 and counting times violating the rules since a permanent cease and desist order was put in place to protect investors. So I think FINRA's going to kick out Alpine regardless of what their lawyers say, and I think it's coming soon. All right, 1 minute. I can have subscribers on Twitter and make money. Rumble, I could go on Rumble. I could be Rumble. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out somehow. So, Paulie, I think it's good news. My only concern, Paulie, basically, is if they have a right to appeal in this SEC process. Clearly, they have a right to appeal this judge's ruling, but it's clear to me every argument they're making is specious. They've clearly broken the law 35,000 times. FINRA's sick of it, so I think FINRA's going to expel them. And if I'm wrong that FINRA can expel them during the appeal, I don't think the appeals are going to take that long. So then Jenny brought up the point, even if they can continue to operate, this ruling is going to make it so nobody wants to do business. The judge basically said that FINRA is the last because they don't answer to the SEC. Maybe. Could I do a deep dive on MBOT? Only if they pay me and I work for them. Sure, I don't know what MBOT is. I can do that. I'll write it down over here, MBOT. Do you want me to do it now? I have no idea what. Microbial medical. Microbial medical. That's a lot of volume on the bottom. That's nice down there. They had a huge up trade. They went through the 50-day, then the 200-day, and then it sold off, and now it's had 3 straight days up. I would guess on the I just want to tell you I don't know anything about this, but on the face of it, it looks like it had a massive run to the upside, and then I don't know if they did some sort of financing or did something to bring it back down here. So that would make me worry because it could come back down. But these last 3 days, 1, 2, 3, I think is a massive strength. Those 3 days marching up are great. So not knowing anything, I would think this stock will go through 338 and higher. And I would say $5 is the problem. Right there, $5. So that's why but I think it's going to try to go back up to where it's been right here, $4 or $5. But anyway, I'll try to look into it. All right, I'm going to go Liverpool. All right, guys. So anyway, I'm sorry I got tired there. I'll try to answer things better. The 5-year doesn't look good. No, it doesn't. But there's some... I guess I'd have to know why. We'd have to know why it's popping up like that. Let me put it this way. It doesn't look like it's going to break out to, anyway, I'll think about it. We'll look at the 5-year. Okay, so anyway, I feel badly that I got tired and disjointed and didn't really have clear thoughts on what I was trying to say, so I'm sorry for that. Honey badger, I can't handle it. Oh, they do robots that do surgery. Just had 100% success rate on animal trials. Robots are going to take over. Wow. Wow. All right. Can they take over for me? Do you think they could take over for me? That would be a deal I'd make. All right, so I'm not going to play music because then they'll hit me with a strike. And yeah, I guess I am tired. Jenny, you're right. Matt's right. Matt's right. Okay, good night, everyone. I'm gonna go and I'm a little lost. Is there something I have to finish up? I feel like I'm leaving something hanging, but all right, we'll just talk tomorrow. And thank you, Henrik. I hope we all make money. And Okay. Jenny is the best. All right, everyone. Cheers. And I'll be. Cheers, everyone. I'm going to watch Djokovic play tomorrow. And tomorrow night, we'll see what happens. I may decide that I've spent too much doing this. Hey, Lou. And hey, Robert. First time Jimmy. All right. I'm going to say peace, love, and happiness. And I hope you all have a good night. And we'll see you down the road.